What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out. Sell them to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To play, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. And we feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To play, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let them burn it out.
What's up? What's up?
They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never
I know I'm running late. I'm seeing all the
big house.
I'm seeing all the conspiracy theories about why I'm late over there on Facebook.
Fade away.
They shut him down.
This is bigger than
What's up, Zay? How's it going, brother?
burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
Y'all look good on my end. I'll tell you that much.
Haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
Everybody's panicking, scared I'd never hear from you again. Oh no. Nah, Mariah had some running to do. I've been kind of lazy today. I didn't even post a video today. I'm not having the greatest health issues right now, but we're getting through it.
What you think about when you're born into a fire. Let them burn it out. Sell them to.
Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get set up here.
They wanna let the world
Just deplane.
They tell us lies and fade away.
If you tried to get a hold of me today on Facebook, I don't know what was going on, man. I didn't get any of these notifications. Now they're everywhere.
Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away.
What are you looking for me, Loretta? Are you stalking me? What's going on here? Sounds like this is being unhealthy. I do want to give a special shout out to Kim's Cult. Kim's Cult. The donation come through when I wasn't even streaming. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. Thank you for joining us. We're just waiting on everybody to join because I'm now banned on Facebook. I'm giving them a second. I'm opening some windows up and we'll be starting shortly. Thank you for joining us. The name of this song. Hold on, I'll look.
What you think about when you're born into a fire.
It is it's a copyright-free song called Kill It Anyway, and it is a Stream Beats original is the way to find it. So Stream Beat original, Kill It Anyway. This guy named Harris Heller who like shows you how to stream and make money online and all that shit. He started a record label. And from his record label, they started producing copyright stuff just for people who stream. But yeah, it's free. You can download it and play it as many times as you want to. That's why I use it. I thought it was a pretty cool song.
Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away.
Wow, we got some comments. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's go over and check these out. they didn't let me. They didn't let me making fun of Patriot Street Fighter. All right, let's hop into this show. What's up? What's up? I am Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. We're going to start off reading some comments. I got some good ones. Let me clear this right quick. Hold on just a second. Damn it. The stupid Stream Elements thing must have froze. It didn't clear. So, widget data. Sorry. I usually have this pre-cleared, and I thought I just did that, but apparently not. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome, welcome. Sorry, the show got cut kind of short, and the video got deleted. That happens, I guess. That happens on these big jobs. Just on the big ones, though. That's it. That's the only ones that happens on. Thank you for the donation while I was offline. That was from Kim with Kim's Colts. I do appreciate it. Tonight we're going to talk about a couple different things, but once I saw these comments, I thought, man, we need to read these. These people seem extremely interested in what I got going on over here, making fun of the Patriot Street Fighter, and how badass he is. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's pretty bad. I mean, he's a bad dude with a bad attitude. A bad dude with a bad tude is the way I like to just present it, to be honest with you. But here's what he says. Jim Lawrence Jr. comes in with a comment that says, talk about a grifter, take another hit. Apparently I'm a drug addict as well. I'm not sure which is worse, your severe envy and jealousy of patriots that are actually doing what they can to get wanted info of the evils of our past and current government and throughout the world to the masses, or your complete lack of knowledge and poor information gathering methods of said issues. You may want to actually try to do some honest research on something before you spew your ignorance to the 6 people on your channel about it. And maybe you should think about you start here. And maybe you should think about you start here. Civilians can indeed legally and lawfully be tried via a military tribunal, like Graham did. Just ask Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh. The fuck is he talking about? Is there a rumor that Kavanaugh's been tried by a tribunal? Do better, man. Where we go one, we go all. Fisting. I don't know what this is. It just says UM fisting UM. Okay. Then the next one says, dude, you're pathetic. Get a life. Take off the glasses. Take off the glasses. Oh no. Oh no. They've went too far. They've made fun of my computer generated glasses. What the hell is this people's problem? Jesus Christ. You can't say anything. I didn't go to his comments. I didn't make fun of his video right in front of his face, and I didn't go over there and talk shit. But damn, they sure come out, don't they? They surely come out all around, up and down, left and right. Jesus Christ. Let's see. He linked me a video. Let's see what it is. Oh, God. Hold on, I got audio for you.
It's called the War on Terrorism. Do you generally agree with that concept?
I do, Senator, because Congress passed the authorization for use of military force, which is still in effect, and that was passed, of course, on September 14th, 2001, 3 days later.
Let's talk about the law in war. Is there a body of law called the Law of Armed Conflict?
There is such a body, Senator.
Is there a body of law that's called basic criminal law?
Yes, Senator.
Are there differences between those two bodies of law?
Yes, Senator.
From an American citizen's point of view, do your constitutional rights follow you? If you're in Paris Does the Fourth Amendment protect you as an American from your own government?
From your own government, yes.
Okay. So if you're in Afghanistan, do your constitutional rights protect you against your own government?
If you're an American in Afghanistan, you have constitutional rights as against the U.S. government.
Is there a long-standing...
That's long settled law.
Isn't there also a long-settled law that it goes back to the Eisentrager case? I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, Johnson versus Eisentrager.
Right. That American citizens who collaborate with the enemy have considered enemy combatants.
They can be.
Can be.
They can be. They're sometimes criminally prosecuted, sometimes treated in the military.
Well, let's talk about can be. I think
under Supreme Court precedent.
Right. There's a Supreme Court decision that said that American citizens who collaborated with Nazi saboteurs were tried by the military. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think a couple of them were executed.
Yeah.
So if anybody doubts, there's a long-standing history in this country that your constitutional rights follow you wherever you go, but you don't have a constitutional right to turn on your own government and collaborate with the enemy of the nation. You'll be treated differently. What's the name of the case, if you can recall, that reaffirmed the concept that you could hold one of our own as an enemy combatant if they were engaged in terrorist activities in Afghanistan? Are you familiar with that case?
Yeah, Hamdi.
Okay. So the bottom line is, I want every American citizen to know you have constitutional rights, but you do not have a constitutional right to collaborate with the enemy. There's a body of law well developed long before 9/11 that understood the difference between basic criminal law and the law of armed conflict.
So this is technically true. It's used in some very extreme circumstances. Typically, it's when we have a civilian overseas or a civilian defector who has literally joined as a combatant. A combatant. Okay? Once they join an enemy force as a combatant, they automatically give up any fucking rights they had whatsoever, and they're tried as a combatant. Sometimes that's in civilian courts. Sometimes that's the same way we tried any other terrorist. It does not mean that if I've been selling us to China, okay? That's not what that means. If you pick up a gun and fight with the Chinese army against American forces, of course you're an enemy combatant. That does not mean that our senators are going to be tried in military tribunals as combatants. They haven't committed any type of combat. That would be where that base word comes from. You fucking douchebags. Not to mention, could you imagine the people that would try to stand up against this? You're out of your fucking mind. The Supreme Court wouldn't hear a case on elections. Wouldn't hear multiple cases on elections. You were trying to tell me that they're going to try Congress as combatants, and it has to be under the direct oversight of the Supreme Court. God, I hate when people are like, "Oh, let me take this 30-second sample of someone's testimony and show you what it really means because you're an idiot." I'm tired of the comment section. I don't know what other comments I got though. They could have been better. And I was like, I don't know about that. By the way, that hasn't been used for any. I mean, the Boston bombing terrorists, the people that we pick up and fucking stick in Gitmo after they defect from here. That hasn't been used at all. He had to go back to World War II to say, oh, these people who were technically American civilians but sabotaged Navy vessels. Those people are just like the senator sitting behind me, right? Just like the Congress people I've got sitting on my shoulder, right? We're gonna put those in military tribunals because we like the sound of the word, right? Fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. The comment section on a YouTube video is absolute garbage. I gotta change this back. Hold on. Sort by newest first. I don't think there's a whole lot of comments on this video. No one really rewatches my live streams when they're not live. Just another 35. Oh, we hit 1,000,000. There you go. We're at 1,000 subs. We did it. All we had to do was grift a little bit. So, I think our boy went live again.
I am trying.
Not this actual video, but yesterday. Did I watch this? But did you guys watch this? I don't think we watched this together, did we? Let's try this out. Hold on just a second. Let's try our boy out over at Triumph News Network. Let's see what he's got.
Hello, friends, neighbors, the United States and the world. This is your host, Brad Martin.
Well, see, treason isn't even treason isn't even something that can be tried in military courts. Treason is a civilian law charge.
Hello, Louisiana. Hello, Kentucky. Hello, Carthage, Mississippi. Hello, Memphis.
The only way treason can be tried in a military court is with military members.
Chattanooga.
It's a civilian charge for civilians.
Toronto,
A civilian
Canada.
court.
We'll be talking about you a little bit in a little bit. Wisconsin. There's some more Louisiana. Folks are coming in from all over. And, okay, wow, we got 570 in the first 40. Arkansas, welcome. All right. Got lots of folks getting on here, and I'm going to go ahead and get started. But I tell you what, I've watched Dave's X-22 report tonight. I thought it was unbelievably good.
Uh-oh, X-22 back up. The only thing that in Uniform Code of Military Justice that actually names anything related to treason is aiding and abetting the enemy. That's the only thing mentioned in any of their laws. Uniform Code of Military Justice is their book of laws.
Now, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I'll tell you this. I've been through a lot of it. We're going to talk about some of it and pretty much follow the script. I'm going to show you some of it toward the end that I think is really, really strong.
The Hawk
And then I've
pause
got,
on February 31st.
Some breaking news from Mike Lindell. And in fact, I wrote an email to Mike Lindell tonight and looking to try to get him on our little talk show. And so lots of things happening. But, you know, I want to talk real quick. Have you noticed and I don't really watch it, but I guess I've watched more of, you know, X-22 and other things. But the way the media, the lapdog media, is treating this redheaded stepchild girl that Biden's got, okay?
Oh,
And
God.
compared to how they did Kayleigh McEnany.
Oh,
And
she's
somebody said the questions for
something
the Trump
special.
administration was like a calculus problem. They did a meme. And the questions for the Biden administration were like, what color is this orange? You know? And that's true. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's so, she's a Russian bot. I don't know about that, but who knows? Circle back.
So, to be fair, she is extremely famous in Russia. What's her name? Psaki or some shit? Hold on. She is famous in Russia. She is she here's the Moscow Times. They make fun of her in Russia. She's like a meme. Like just her picture is like a meme. This week's news that U.S. President-elect has chosen Jennifer Psaki as his administrative press secretary sparked a flurry of excitement on Russian state media. And social media alike. We are looking forward to Jen's return, said Vladimir Solovey, a controversial host on the state-run Russian broadcaster and one of Russia's main spin doctors following the announcement. A little-known official in our home country, Psaki is a celebrity in Russia, even if it's against her will. Psaki's rise to Russian stardom stems over her time as State Department spokeswoman from 2013 to 2015 and as the Obama White House communications director from 2015 to 2017. Some of the most contentious years in the U.S.-Russia relations. Russia state television pundits and bloggers alike seized on gaffes she made while speaking on Russian-related topics, churning out jokes, satirical memes, and videos, and constantly trolling her. She's a walking, talking meme to the Russian state media.
That girl, that's right. I don't know anything. I'll just have to circle back with you. I'll have to check on that. Okay. And, you know, you got McConnell, you got Boris Johnson, you got Biden, you got all these Democrats, Boris in England, they're all saying there is no such thing as election fraud. We have to accept the results. It was democratic, fair election. Well, I'm calling bullcrap. All right. We don't have to accept it. It's wrong. It's a dadgum farce. Okay. And, you know, again, we talked about Myanmar last night, or Myanmar, however you say it, Burma. Again, guess what they use? Smartmatic and Dominion. And guess who won? Obama and Hillary's buddy. And that's why you see the military, okay? And you know, and I've had people, you know, and I said, hey, I'm done with them. I'm done. I've been done with them a long time ago. And I tried to tell everybody else they were corrupt. And people was like, oh, no, they're good. You know, well, here's the thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm just talking about Facebook banning us. I don't think I can go back on Facebook until, I think I can go back till tomorrow. Plus, YouTube's been fucking with some of my most recent videos. The live stream from yesterday, and the video I posted yesterday have both been taken down, which I can't do a whole lot. I mean, I could try to dispute it, but right now I'm up for partner at YouTube. Like, they're waiting to see if I get partner. So I got to watch what I say. I got to be kind of careful around that until I get approved or denied, one of the two. So we can keep doing what we're doing. We're going to talk about how these people are lying. And then we're going to go into whatever intel we have, of course.
The guy wasn't even man enough, this Bob Sellers, to come back on and apologize. Okay, so I don't know if I could lose more respect for him, but if you can, I did. Okay, I mean, are you kidding me? You can't even come back and be man enough to apologize and admit when you're wrong. I mean, his apology was a freaking joke. Okay, and you know, I could have handled it better.
They're talking about.
Never said anything.
Hold on. You know. They're talking about the Mike Lindell. Did you guys see that? Hold on.
Okay.
When he was on Newsmax, here's the apology, but when he was on Newsmax, I think this is it. I don't want to watch it from that dude. Here we go.
The company page.
Well, first mine was taken down because we have all the election fraud with these Dominion machines. We have 100% proof. And then when they took it down about 3 weeks ago, and then when I put it back up, my personal, it was a
Mike, thank you very much.
So 2 things I want to show here. One, it's first of all, you asked him the fucking question. It's disrespectful as fuck to not let him answer. Even if you don't agree with him, you let him answer, and then you say, here at Newsmax, we have the official stance that blah 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 blah. Whatever they fucking told you to say, whatever script they gave you to read. God, you're so stupid. Aiding and abetting is only charged in the military court instead of a civilian court if you're a member of the military. Obama nor Clinton is a member of the military. But they should have let him finish. Then they could have done their thing. They could have done something. This is rude as fuck to ask him the question, and then while he's trying to answer you censor him too. He's talking about you asked him why he got censored. But 2, it's also a little late for election fraud. Anything. We've already had inauguration. It's a little late to say, okay, we've got proof now. It's a little late for that process.
Mike, you're talking about machines that we at Newsmax have not been able to verify any of those kinds of allegations. We just want to let people know that there's nothing substantive that we've seen. And let me read you something there. While there were some clear evidence of some cases of vote fraud and election irregularities, the election results.
They also lowered, you can tell they lowered his microphone. Either they're already doing like a compression, with this side being like the main side. So like on my microphone, like if I play music, if I'm playing this music and I start talking, it cuts down a hell of a lot lower because I've got the main mic and I've got compression forced on that one. And anytime my mic starts to pick up and there's a difference in my tone, it'll take that one down. So either they got that set up automatically, but either way, he got a lot quieter, and he's still trying to argue his point. Ask him a question, and as soon as he starts answering, jump all over him. Come on.
Results in every state were certified, and Newsmax accepts the results as legal and final. The courts have also supported that view. So we wanted to talk to you about canceling culture, if you will. We don't want to relitigate the allegations that you're making, Mike, because we understand where you are. So let me ask you this. Do you think that this should be temporary? Because
Isn't Mike Lindell an ex-crackhead? Like, I'm not saying he does crack anymore, but isn't he like an ex-crackhead? Isn't that part of his backstory? Like, he was like hooked on crack cocaine or some shit.
If it appears to be permanent, could you make an argument that it is temporary?
What?
Could you make an argument that this could be a temporary banning rather than permanent?
No, I want it to be a permanent because you know what? They did this because I'm reviewing all the evidence on Friday of all the election fraud with these machines. So I'm sorry if you think it's not
Mike,
it's real.
can I ask our producers, can we get out of here, please? I don't want to have to keep going over this.
Actually,
we at Newsmax have not been able to verify any of those allegations that you're
Mike, hold on a second. Everybody hold on a second. Mike, hold on 1 second.
Then this dude just gets up and fucking walks off.
What is happening
Damn.
overall in terms of censorship of...
And then here's the apology.
Yesterday, you may have seen something out of the ordinary happen during an interview with Mike Lindell, the CEO of MyPillow. Mike is a friend of this network, and we were supposed to discuss Twitter's decision to ban him and the impacts of cancel culture on his business. But there was some confusion, and Mike thought that we were to talk about vote fraud in the recent election. It's a topic we have covered extensively on Newsmax. I was frustrated that we couldn't focus on the current, very pressing issue of free speech and cancel culture. And in hindsight, there is no question that I could have handled the interview differently. At Newsmax, we seek out all points of view. Mike was back on Newsmax last night with Rob Schmidt on his show to continue the conversation about cancel culture and the censorship by social media. Mike also made clear he thinks Newsmax is great, his words.
Kind of a half-ass apology too, like, oh, I was frustrated, and I'm so frustrated all the time. This is just frustration. I don't know. I didn't like the apology either, but that's what he's talking about right now.
You know, apologetic, repentant, nothing. And you know, and a lot of people said, well, Brad, Mike forgave them. They got back on, and we need to forgive them too. Yeah, I agree. We certainly need to forgive them. Okay. But to keep going back to the same old slop, no. You sell that bill of goods to somebody else because old Brad ain't buying. Okay. You know, I'm not doing it. All right. You know, Mike also, you know, he's done a lot of advertising on there. So they've got a previous relationship, whatever. But no, not anymore. Not unless you fire that guy, then I might come back. Okay. But I mean, that's ridiculous. Again, it has nothing to do with Democrat, Republican. It has everything to do with showing common decency, courtesy, not being a butt. Okay. I'm sorry, but that's wrong. And so anyway, that's enough of that. You know, the Constitution says that it basically says you can't convict someone of, you can impeach them, but you can't convict them in the Senate or you know, impeach somebody that's not in office anymore. Okay. That's not in office anymore. In other words, a normal citizen, they can't impeach you or I or convict us. Okay. And they can't do it to Donald Trump either, according to the Constitution. All right. Now, you know, but the Democrats falsely claim that no president has ever refused to accept an election result. Never before. Donald Trump is the first one. He's a terrorist. He's whatever. He's responsible. He won't accept the results. He refuses it, and he's defied the lawful process for resolving electoral disputes. He's the first one who's ever done it. Well, you know what? I'm calling bullcrap, because here's the thing. They did it in 1969. They did it in 2000. They did it in 04. They did it in 16. In fact, the Democrats have done it every single time we won the White House in the last 20 years. They did it with Bush in 2000. Don't get me going on him. They did it in 04 with him, and they did it in 16 with Trump. I mean, made a crap show of it up in front on the House floor and everywhere else. Okay,
I do agree with that. So the Democrats have always brought up issues with the votes and the cheating and was it counted right, or the Russians or social media or whatever's going on. They've always brought that up, and to now play this up like, oh, they were trying to kill us. They were over here trying to kill us. Thank you for liking the Facebook page, Kelly Lynn Hooper. They were trying to have us killed. Blah blah blah. That shit was that's insane that they're pushing it that far.
Okay, so I don't want to hear that mess. Okay, here's the thing. In fact, Hillary, do you remember Hillary? She told Biden, whatever you do, under no circumstances do you concede. Under no circumstances do you concede. These people are hypocrites. These people are hypocrites. Okay, and you know, I can't stand a hypocrite. All right, that's the one thing. You know, I tell people all the time. You know, Brad's got a lot of faults. Okay, a lot of them. But the one thing you're not going to accuse me of ever is being a hypocrite, because I'm going to be the same person I am on Sunday that I am on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and every day in between. Okay, Now, you might like it, you might dislike it, but I'm going to be the same person, okay? I'm not compromising, my beliefs for $1. I'm not doing whatever, okay? I mean, I can't stand a hypocrite, okay? And we've got lots of them, okay, that are parading around as believers, okay? And maybe they are, but, they're on their high horse instead of down in the muck and the mire with people that need the Lord, that need Jesus, I'm gonna stop preaching on that. All right. So anyway, I'll get back to this. Here's the thing also. The government, big tech has gotten out of control. And how have they gotten out of control? Well, you all know it's censorship. It's censorship. And, the bottom line is, and I'm so sick of hearing that, and this is a little bit different show tonight. You kind of getting me on my soapbox here. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit. I hope that's okay. All right. Worst part about it, you got to see my face, but hey, it's part of the deal. So anyway, this thing that, if you don't agree with what they think, you don't get to say your piece. And I'm so sick of hearing, well, Facebook, well, YouTube, well, Twitter is a private company. Well, so-and-so, they can do whatever they want to. And if they don't want you to work for them because you represent them and it's their company and this and all bullcrap. Okay, I'm sorry, that's my cuss word. All right, you have to forgive me. That's my cuss word. That's what I use in the locker room sometimes with the kids. Okay, with the boys and playing, coaching ball. Okay, I won't go no farther than that, but that's my cuss word. All right.
So I left a comment on this video because he apologizes like 4 times for saying bullcrap. I put, I don't think anyone who truly believes in Donald J. Trump returning to the White House would say bull crap, and I censored it out that many times in vain.
Bull crap.
Sorry.
So
I thought it was funny.
Something here. All right. A long time ago, we had what's called, remember what I said a while ago? I said, I'm going to get on my soapbox. Well, where did that come from? Well, a long time ago, people had a soapbox. Okay. They had a soapbox and they put it in the town square and they stood up on it so everybody could see them. And they got up and they spoke. They spoke to the masses, spoke to people. That's called getting on your soapbox. All right. Yeah, I saw Jeremy Harrell was deplatformed by Facebook. I saw that. Yeah. Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay. I know how it feels. They kicked Jim Shorts out too. All right. And I'm not forgiving them for that, Jim Shorts. Okay. All right. So anyway, in the old days, that's what you did. And today, we don't do that anymore. Okay. Today, we speak on social media to lots of people. That's today's version of the soapbox. Well, the government hides behind big tech. They get all of this going. I believe they had a lot to do with the CIA. All that had a lot to do with Zuckerberg, probably Dorsey, these other people that have been put in these places to do these things. And so when they get on and silence people, they say, well, it's not the government doing it. Isn't that what the liberals always say? It's not. Your protected First Amendment is from the government, not from private businesses. Okay, well, if the government is behind the curtain, they're letting the private businesses, the big tech, do their dirty work for them, right? And they try to hide behind that. Again, I'm calling their hand on that because here's the thing: it's and they're come on there. Can you imagine being on your soapbox back in 1920 or whatever, and the goons come, the Gestapo comes out of the corner, out of the bushes, and grabs you and puts something over your head, covers you up, and totes you off. Okay, well, they're doing the same thing. They're canceling you out. That's what they're doing today. They're canceling people out. Okay, and yeah, they don't even hide it. Somebody said that's right. And they're hiding behind what they've termed as hate speech. Let me ask you something. When you were a child, now I'm 50. Okay, I'll be 51 next about 9 days, February 12th, 51. All right, but I'd say people that are in their 20s even. Did you ever hear of hate speech when you were a kid? Hate speech.
There's no such thing as hate speech.
See, the left comes up with these words and these definitions, and then they get everyone, the businesses, the big tech, to go along with it. Now all of a sudden, everybody accepts it. The Supreme Court has stated there is no such thing as hate speech. See, we have free speech, not hate, not good speech, not hate speech, not okay speech. It's free speech. Now, you might hate it, but that doesn't matter. It's free speech. I mean, who decides what's hateful? I mean, who's God in this thing? Who gets to decide what's hateful and what's not hateful? Right? I mean, who's making the rules here? Okay? I mean, that's unbelievable to me. And I'll give you a great example of this. And I don't even know who this dude is. I don't even know if I've got his name written down right. Matt Wallen or somebody, some country music dude. Okay? I don't even know him. I don't listen to country music really. Okay? In fact, I don't listen to much any music. All right? I'm listening to these.
Mariah brought that up last night. She likes his music. First of all, the guy was shit-faced drunk. Second of all, he wasn't talking to a black person. There were no black people present. Third of all, he used the A instead of the ER like they trot around in all their music. I don't understand what's going on with this shit. I have no idea. It's just another reason to cancel somebody. It's pretty fucking disgusting, honestly. Like, I'll show you the video. Hold on. So what's his name? Morgan Wallen. There it is. Dude, this is kind of a joke that they're canceling him over this. This is all that happened. His record label dropped him. Everywhere's blocked him. Everywhere's done dealing with him. Like this is a joke that it went this far.
Take care of this pussy. Hey, actually, hey, y'all too. Hey, take care of this pussy ass motherfucker. Oh, fuck. Hey, Grace.
So he said, hey. He's joking about his buddy, kind of being a bitch or something. He's like, hey, take care of this pussy ass motherfucker. That's what he says at first. But then when he repeats it the second time, he says this.
Hey, Gracie, take care of this pussy ass.
That was it. That's the whole video.
Take care of this pussy ass.
That's it. His neighbor recorded him coming home drunk and yelling that back to his buddies, and that's it. You heard a retired veteran state that even though he is retired, they still get access to special intelligence. He lied to you. He absolutely 100% lied to you. Technically, a military officer, not enlisted, so you would have to basically have a college degree is how you make officer anymore, can be recalled forever. When they take an officer's commission, they can technically be recalled forever, for the rest of their lives. But that hasn't happened. I'm telling you, they don't. None do. Don't say maybe some do. I don't know. Holy shit. I just told you a definitive answer, and you said maybe some do. That's an absolute lie. But technically, a officer can be recalled back forever, but that never happens. That never happens. Here's, I guess they got another view. Hold on. This looks like somebody's doorbell camera. Car cam, maybe? It's in black and white. No, I see the porch rail. This is a doorbell, and the steps are right here, I think.
What is this, Gracie? What is this? What is this?
By the way, I'm pretty fucking pissed, to be honest with you. Pretty damn pissed. Because Morgan Wallen has always sung about being a Chevrolet guy, and he got a ride home in a Ford. So if you want to cancel him over something, I think we've found what we have to cancel him with right there. You're asking me if the movie Red was based on fiction. Yes, absolutely. It's a movie. When you leave the military, your security clearance doesn't expire right away. It expires on whatever day it's supposed to expire, like whatever day it's supposed to run out when you're supposed to get reevaluated. But you can't access any systems anymore. They lock you out of everything. So even if you had some type of intel, you can't get on any systems. You don't have a military computer anymore. You can't clock in. Your military CAC card is dead, which is what you log into all the computers with the gold computer chip on it. All that shit's dead, even though your security clearance is still good. The only reason I say your security clearance is still good is because if you go to work for a contractor, Department of Defense, or blah, 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 and you still have a valid security clearance, they'll bring you right in and start the paperwork to start extending it for your next evaluation to continue the security clearance. I don't know why they have all this footage. Somebody recorded them for days. You think like his trash wouldn't be overflowing and he'd have a nice yard and shit though, wouldn't you? Hasn't he like made it? Wasn't he like trending and shit? That's true, Patrick. So sometimes you might have a target you're going to pick up, and they'll tell you high value target this, blah, 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 but they won't even give you names. They don't even want to fuck around with names, and you're the guy going to get him. Sometimes you won't find out what's actually going on till you get on the ground. Sometimes you won't find out what's actually going on till you get in the air, like if you're taking a helo or whatever. It's really weird how compartmentalized intelligence is. It doesn't just flow through the ranks. Like, it's not like if your sergeant knows something, or your, let's say your commander or your first sergeant knows something. It's not like you know everything they know. They know exactly how much they're allowed to give you, and you don't get an ounce more. You don't get an ounce more. Yeah, it is weird how compartmentalized it is. Or let's say that you have a complementary unit, like a sister unit that does your intelligence for you. Those guys may know everything that's going on the battlefield. Okay, they might know what first team's doing, what second team's doing, what the headquarters platoon is doing, and what the whole other platoon is doing. But you only know your little slice of the mission, and that's it. That's it. You will not know what the other section is doing. You won't know what the other platoon is doing. You won't know what the headquarters is doing with their time and shit. You won't know anything. Yeah, well, I've been in situations where you had a high value target, and fucking 10 minutes out in the airplane, you're handed pictures. Like, you didn't know who the fuck. I mean, you knew you were going to grab somebody. Of course, you got to get a load out, and you got to get your shit and your flex cuffs and this and that. But 10 minutes out from the target, they're like, "Oh, here's your stuff. Here's who you're talking about. Here's the picture. Here's the name." Finally, if they give you a name. Hell, I don't think some of the members of SEAL Team 6 didn't know that they were going after bin Laden until they were wheels up. So till they left the ground, they did not know that they were going for bin Laden. They knew that they were going to a target. They knew that they had been planned out. They had been practicing the mission, and I think when they actually gave them the name, like, "Hey, this is him. We're going to get him," was some of them. I'm sure some of them did help plan the mission. Some of them didn't know until they were wheels up. Maybe it was the pilots. Somebody in that mission didn't know exactly the name. They knew that they were going to grab somebody from this compound. That's what Morgan Wallen did. I don't think it's that big a deal. He used the A. He used it when talking about his white buddy. He used it. He used everything. Like, if he wouldn't have been a white country singer, if you're going to be honest with this, then you better start canceling like Jimmy Fallon. And you better start you can't just cancel the people who you don't have a taste for. You know what I'm saying? Who you're a fan of, or who you're not a fan of. And keep the people who you're a fan of who said it and just apologize. Well, hell, we didn't even cancel Kevin Spacey when he was molesting little boys because he said, "Oh, I'm gay." And you let that slide. Jesus Christ.
You know, I'm doing research looking at this. But you know, so this guy, now, I don't know about, he may have messed up a bunch of times. I don't know. But this guy, I guess, came home from a party, was probably drunk, which is no excuse, but and says the N-word outside his house. His neighbor hears him and records it. Okay, Morgan Wallen. Is that his name? Okay, Morgan Wallen. I put Matt. I don't know. Okay, I guess he's the hottest thing going, or at least he was until he messed up and said a wrong word. Now, all of a sudden, they're going to cut him off totally. I mean, this guy is going to be demolished, destroyed. His whole life is destroyed. Let me ask you, okay? Let me ask you, have you ever said a word you shouldn't have said? Because I know I have. Have you ever said, you might say, well, I didn't say, I didn't call somebody something racial. It was, well, did you say something else? Did you say something bad that you shouldn't have said? Okay. Okay, well, did it hurt somebody's feelings? Probably. You ever call somebody an idiot? You ever call somebody a moron? You ever call somebody whatever? I mean, it's all the same. Now, again, I'm not defending what he said. It's wrong. It's flat out wrong. S-I-N, sin. Okay? What I'm saying is, and I'm not even saying that a company shouldn't be able to at some point say, "Hey, man, you know what? If you're going to continually do all this," and maybe he has, I don't know. then you know what? We think we don't want you with us. Okay, I understand that. Yeah, they did it to Paula Dean 20 years after she said it. That's right. 20 years. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that I'm glad God is not keeping score like that on you and I, because we'd be in serious trouble. There's not a person on here that wouldn't be in serious trouble that have said something when they were mad or whatever. No, humans aren't perfect. But what I'm saying is this is getting out of hand. And here's the deal. I heard somebody say this. Here's the deal. I'll tell you what. I watched the Mike Lindell, the deal where they came back on. I watched his interview after he came back on last night. And here's what the guy said. You know, they're dropping Mike Lindell left and right. And here's what the guy said, the guy for Newsmax, which I thought this was good. He said, here's the deal. They're trying to cancel you out, Mike, before they get canceled. Think about that. They're trying to cancel Mike, not because it's right, not because it's the honorable thing to do, not because of any of those things. They're doing it for the almighty dollar. And they're hiding behind this moral high ground. Man, come on. It's bullcrap.
So cancel culture is stupid no matter who you're doing it to. The only time that I ever call this shit out and say, oh, look what they did, is because just to show that you're canceling one side or the other. I'm not wanting anybody canceled, right? But if you're going to do it, at least try to apply it half-ass evenly. Like, you can't cancel any right-wing person who does this, but a left-wing person does the exact same. Fucking AOC is out here blatantly lying about what part she took in the Capitol riot, or whatever they're calling it, the assault on the Capitol. She's out here blatantly lying. First, she said that she could hear them breaking down the hinges and the doors. Then she said this guy come in there and he had hatred in his eyes and she didn't know if he was going to hurt her or what, but turns out he was actually a Capitol police officer there to tell her to evacuate. Then she said she was directly evacuated because of the riots, which isn't true. She was evacuated almost an hour or over an hour before anybody breached the Capitol building, because there could have been a bomb threat, but she was only told that she was being evacuated due to police activity. They didn't even tell them it was a bomb threat. Evacuated her out. She was almost 2 blocks away, and when the Capitol was breached, she was hanging out with a friend going to get something at a restaurant. No one thought the Capitol could be breached that day, but what she's going back onto, the way she's using it, is this fucking Monday morning quarterback technique where she's saying, now that I know that they breached the Capitol and they may have had plans to come find me and Nancy Pelosi, and I know all this intel, well, now I'm going back to my story where it was just a cop come up to me and said, hey, you guys need to evacuate. We're doing some police activity. I can't say nothing else right now. But now that I've got all that future information, I'm going to say they were hunting me down. They broke down the doors. Oh, there was pop bombs outside. I knew all this was coming. My campaign, or my office manager, G, told me to go somewhere and hide. But they directly admitted, even a reporter that was embedded with her in her office said, we had no idea that the Capitol could be breached. No one thought that was going to happen. She's claiming that it was after the riot started because the first set of barriers that these protesters passed, technically it was after that, but it was an hour before they ever breached the door, and no one thought that that could happen. It's just a joke. But they're not going to cancel her for lying and making up stories. Actually, she is putting together a mob of people to mass report people who use Ocasio-Cortez Smollett. You know, Jesse Smollett. Anybody that starts that shit, that tags her in that, because it was trending the other day, she asked all of her followers to mass report these people and force social media giants like Facebook and Twitter to take action against people that were sharing that around. What a cunt.
It's bull crap, okay? And it's just unbelievable. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. We can't have 2 sets of rules. Some people can say certain words. Some people can't say certain words. Some people can do. You know what? People can say whatever they want to say. You don't have to agree with them. If you don't like them, don't hang around them. Okay? If I turn on TV and it's got a bunch of, I'm trying to watch a ball game with my son, and they got a bunch of cussing in the commercials. I mean, crap, you can't even watch TV anymore. Okay? So I'm just saying, but I can turn it off if I want to. But the left not happy with turning it off. They want to punish you. See? So anyway, enough on that. Oh, I tell you what I wanted to show. Let me find it right here. This is one thing I wanted to show. I do this every night. And again, don't get twisted what I'm saying here. I'm not defending the guy at all. At all. But what I'm saying is we are going down a slippery path. And brother, if you are saying that you're without sin, you better look out for lightning because it's fixing to hit. Okay? All right? I'd hate to see what would happen to your livelihood if you got something you said or something you even said 20 years ago. Okay? I'm tired of this bull crap. All right, let me I'm gonna get on this.
I mean, I don't know what they expect people to say.
Okay. This was
I fucking said the N-word. What are you supposed to say? I believe almost everybody on this fucking planet has said it before, either in reference. Have you ever read an old book in school? Okay. Like, it's all over the motherfuckers. I don't know what they expect people to say, how they expect them to react. Like, basically everybody said this black and white in America. I don't know.
They're all from the vantage point of course, the left. So I'm gonna see if I can. Let me see if I can get this.
Boys running in the girls track meet, so you don't have.
Okay, so let me turn this on.
This is about boys playing in female sports here.
All right, here we go.
By the way, I found a chart today. I have that same speaker, man. Maybe that's part of the plan. By the way, I saw a chart today that 145-year-old male or 145-pound male between the ages of 16 and 25 and 145, same weight, female, same age group. A male with 6 months of training is supposed to be bench pressing 160 pounds with 6 months of training under his belt. Okay? But a female, same weight, same age group, because they're going to say that's why you have weight classes in boxing and lifting and fighting and these other sports. First of all, that's a shitty argument because you don't have weight classes in basketball and football and everything else. But if you're going to talk about weight classes like wrestling, it doesn't matter. There's no female in the world that can naturally get down to 6% body fat. Men regularly do it. There's no female in the world that has the same size lungs or bone density. It just doesn't happen. I know that you're saying you're a male. That does not change your body genetically. I know that males are saying they're females. That doesn't make their bones less dense. That doesn't make their ability to manufacture muscle slower. That doesn't slow any of that shit down. That's why we have people in the state of Texas, I believe, we had a black male athlete who was not in the top 60 in the state for male track. He was a sprinter, I believe. He was not in the top 60. I think he was like 74 or some shit. Not in the top 60 ranked. He went to the female class because he's transgendered. He started dominating that class and got scholarships from over 10 Division I schools. That's not fair. That's your daughter they're going to be knocking out of a scholarship. That's your daughter they're going to be beating the shit out of in a wrestling match. That's scholarships and money. And when I was in high school, I was an athlete, and that's all it was about. Your freshman year, you're kind of a dumbass. Your sophomore year, you start straightening up and getting a little better at sports. But your junior and senior year, all you're training for, all you're training for is to at least the upper ends, the higher ends of high school athletics, is to get somewhere into a school, to try to produce this into something that'll finally pay off, to try to make this into either a free education or beyond, to go professional. So to think that I'm at a genetic deficit, not because like black people or an African American people have faster, quick twitch fibers or build leaner muscle mass or blah, blah, blah. But the fact that my entire life I had less bone density, smaller lungs, and pound for pound I'm not as strong, nor can I cut as much fat off my body to make more percentage of muscle in a certain weight class. But all that my whole life, and now someone else is going to come and just beat the shit out of me. Hasn't worked as hard, hasn't trained as hard, hasn't done this stuff. I don't like that. If you're going to play a sport like basketball or like football, they let females play. A lot of times they're the kickers or whatever. But if you want to be the quarterback or the center or the defensive end, cool, let's have it. But if you're going to start doing boys and girls track, and then you're going to blur the lines and just let people that are naturally born males come out there and beat the dog shit out of the naturally born females. That's pretty shitty. That's pretty shitty. All right, come here, Ollie. It's okay. Come here. Uh-oh, guys. We got an interruption for Nightly News. Let me turn the filters down here. You can't be sucking on that. I got electronics here. We can't spill it. All right. Let's talk to him. What we got?
You don't tell me.
Say, what's your name? Your name, Ollie.
Ollie, what do we say?
Either you start answering or we're going to have to start doing this. Stop doing it. What's your name, buddy?
Don't tell me my name.
Tell them what your name is with Nightly News.
Ollie.
You know what your name is. Don't tell him. And what's the show called? Night News?
Night.
Okay. Now what do you want? What'd you do today? I heard you and Mommy doing schoolwork. What'd you learn? But we're not going to do this no more if you don't want to talk. I don't want to force you out here. And we're not going to tell you every time. I want you to practice talking. That's why we do this.
You tell me.
No, we're not telling you. Tell them what happened today. Okay.
Tell them that you had to draw a T-Rex.
What sound does a T-Rex make? I heard you and Mommy arguing over the sound it makes. What sound? Mommy did it wrong. What sound does it make then? What sound does a dinosaur make?
I told me you be when he died.
What?
I'm here while he died.
You drew a dead dinosaur and you wanted him to say ah. But what did Mommy want him to say? Roar! Like that? Okay, that's it. Come on.
They wanted all night.
You gonna talk? Go ahead. How's your bed?
Good.
Tell him you slept in it all night.
Yeah, I know, but it had top, but I don't want to put on my new bed.
Did you tell Mommy she makes too much noise when she got in bed with you?
No.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
you made me get down. You said it was making too much.
Squeaky, ain't it?
Yeah,
'Cause
I
it's
know.
new.
I know why it made noise.
I know. I'm gonna tighten it up. It's okay. All right. Tell them bye.
Bye.
Say Ollie with 99 News.
No go away to. I need to get up. Where I get up.
Wait, say that again.
He needs to get a light when he wakes up.
No. No. I need water. Water. What you kind?
Water?
Oh, the ladder?
Oh, ladder. You need a ladder so you can get up.
Yeah.
You have one.
No, I don't did that. No car.
To get down or something.
It's
No.
okay.
No.
Tell him.
I don't want to cut water.
You don't want to cut the ladder off?
No, cut it.
Climb up it? You don't like to climb up the ladder?
No, cut it.
Color it?
No.
Show me.
Say it slow.
Where you cut?
Oh, the color of it?
No.
Say it slow.
Like the something ladder. What ladder? Climbing up it?
The way
No.
it feels?
No. Sorry. Wait. Noise.
Oh, the way the ladder makes noise? The
No.
squeaking noise?
No. But I don't want to cut a water too. A water.
A ladder? Or lights? You want lights?
No, water.
Water?
No. When you cut.
It's okay. Look at me.
Don't get
It's okay.
frustrated, buddy. We're trying.
All right,
What is
say
it?
it again. Look at mommy.
No.
Okay.
What? I don't want to cut it off. I don't want. No, I don't want.
Oh, you don't want Daddy to cover it up?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
won't
okay.
cover
When
it
he
up.
puts the tent up, you don't want him to cover it up?
I won't cover it up.
No, wow.
Yeah, you don't cover up the ladder?
Yeah.
We won't cover up the ladder.
Yeah, I want white too.
Huh?
Okay.
I want white.
We're getting lights.
No, why?
Oh. What? Oh, the slide, yes. Daddy needs
We're
to do
building
the
a
slide.
It's okay.
This weekend. All right, tell him bye.
Daddy's got to afford to.
That's all the 99 news.
All right, now we got Liam. Liam, you want to tell him about the new video game you've been waiting on and when it comes out?
Here.
Lean in here. We're on the camera.
Hello, I am Liam, and the game I have been waiting for is League of Legends on Nintendo Switch, and it is coming out. Oh yeah, Apex Legends.
League of Legends is a MMO. Apex Legends is a shooter, and it got what did they announce today?
I think it was today. They might have an announcement at night, but they announced that it is coming on Switch March 9th.
March 9th for Apex Legends.
Oh yeah, I play Pokemon.
What's your favorite?
S remake for Pokemon Ruby. That was a lot of fun.
April 20th.
Yeah, I'll try it. I haven't played the original, and no one in my family has played the.
Erector sets. He likes erector sets. Like the metal bands with the little bolts and stuff. Remember that remote control car we
Oh yeah, I don't remember those.
like those. Those are
These were these little a long time ago. These were like Hex ants, I'm pretty sure, or hex. Yeah, hex bugs, and they would rock around. You could. Bye. This is IGB.
what's that?
IGN, but better. That's what.
But what's it stand for, buddy?
I get.
Up with a name. Okay. Okay. That was IBS or something like that. Irritable bowel syndrome. So I'm gonna let Liam have a little show talking about his games and stuff, and probably put it on my channel until I can move it to another channel. Just a little short segment, and then of course Ollie has 99 news. I don't want to leave one out or not, but now you know. That was irritable bowel syndrome from Liam, and that was nightly news with Ollie. He's so excited about Apex Legends. He always wants to game on the computer, but I stay so busy, man. Like trying to look up stories, trying to do research, trying to write scripts, trying to watch all the grifting videos I can. But yeah, we're getting it. Yeah, Ollie gets really frustrated when he can't say a word, so we try to keep his spirits up.
And I'm so sick of hearing, well, Facebook, well, YouTube, well,
we got to skip back ahead.
People. That's called getting on your soapbox. All right? Yeah, I saw Jeremy Harrell was deplatformed by Facebook. I saw that.
Get up on the soapbox.
Yeah, unbelievable. Okay, I know how it feels. They kicked Jim Shorts out too. All right, and
Wait. They kicked Jim Shorts out. So that's his partner. So now we know Jim Shorts has been kicked out, at least on Facebook, and he hasn't been on a YouTube video in a while either.
I'm not forgiving him for that, Jim Shorts. Okay, all right. So anyway, you know, in the old days, that's what you did, and today we don't do that anymore. Okay, today we speak on social media to lots of people. That's today's version of the soapbox. Well, the government hides behind big tech. They get all of this going. I believe they had a lot to do with the CIA. All that had a lot to do with Zuckerberg, probably Dorsey. You know, these other people that have been put in these places to do these things. You know, and so, you know, so when they get on and silence people, they say, well, it's not the government doing it. Isn't that what the liberals always say? It's not. Your protected First Amendment is from the government, not from private businesses. Okay, well, if the government is behind the curtain, they're letting the private businesses, the big tech, do their dirty work for them, right? And they try to hide behind that. Again, I'm calling their hand on that, because here's the thing: it's you know, and they're come on there. I mean, can you imagine being on your soapbox back in 1920 or whatever, and the goons come, or the Gestapo comes out of the corner, out of the bushes, and grabs you and puts something over your head, covers you up.
So my personal view about social media is that even if you leave out, even if you take away and you leave out the part that's become the new social square or city square where everybody should be allowed a voice, regardless of your opinion, as long as it's not illegal, you ought to be able to say it. Even if you leave, I think that's a really good argument. But even if you leave that one out, once they are under government protection or government subsidies or government whatever, they ought to have to apply with the laws of the land on free speech. So we protect these companies from lawsuit with Section 230. They are protected from lawsuit because they say that they are a provider or a platform. Okay? That's fine. You can be a platform, but you've got to platform everybody unless it's against the law. And we'll protect you from lawsuits from something that someone says in your comments or something. So if someone gets on there and comments, you know, something stupid, a threat, or something hurtful and causes someone else to hurt themselves or whatever, you're not being held liable the same way that a newspaper would, right? Because you're just a platform. You don't write the stories, you don't make the videos, you're a platform. Once you pick and choose what you want on your website, you pick and choose and you curate what's going on there. Once you do that, you officially become a publisher. When you're a publisher, you lose those protections. You cannot be both. You are either or, and you can't have the protection of a platform and the freedom to pick and choose as a publisher. Once you took that protection as a platform, you should act like a platform, and acting like a platform, you should also comply with free speech. Or give up that protection. Open yourself up to lawsuits anytime something negative happens and someone speaks about it, talks about it, predicts it, says they're going to do it. Anytime something happens on your social media platform that you've given up the protection of a platform for, we'll sue the fuck out of you. You won't be able to exist. Boom. We know that's the nuclear option, and they're not going to take it, so hold their feet to the fire.
Totes you off, okay? Well, they're doing the same thing. They're canceling you out. That's what they're doing today. They're canceling people out, okay? And yeah, they don't even hide it. Somebody said that's right. And they're hiding behind what they've termed as hate speech. Let me ask you something. When you were a child,
I'm probably going to put pool noodles on his ladder rungs.
Well, about 9 days.
Like solid and
right? But
top
I'd
insulation,
say people that are in their 20s even. Did you ever hear of hate speech when you were a kid? Hate speech. See, the left comes up with these words and these definitions, and then they get everyone, the businesses, the big tech, to go along with it. Now all of a sudden everybody accepts it. The Supreme Court has stated there is no such thing as hate speech. See, we have free speech, not hate. Not good speech, not hate speech, not okay speech. It's free speech. Now, you might hate it, but that doesn't matter. It's free speech.
That's right.
I mean, who decides what's hateful? I mean, who gets...
That's 100% valid point. Hate speech, the left likes to call it a fallacy, the slippery slope fallacy, but it's true. If today hate speech is I don't like Jews, or I don't like black people. If that's hate speech today, then tomorrow saying that person is black is hate speech because you identified them by their race. And the day after that, or then a week after that, when you say, hey, that guy looks like he stole that car because we watched a video of him stealing a car, and then they say, oh, you can't say that because he is a minority, and now that's hate speech. Not to mention, the left is already pushing for hate speech gun laws, which is extremely scary because no one has defined hate speech. And don't be one of those douchebags that says, oh, you're on the no-fly list, you shouldn't be able to own a gun because that's for terrorists. Why would we like terrorists to own guns? I've heard this from the late-night pundits and the people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Of course, we put terrorists on the no-fly list. Of course, those people shouldn't be allowed to own guns. That list is murky as fuck. I've been on it. No one knows how you get on it. No one knows how the fuck to get off. You can't figure out who put you on it or for what reason. They'll just start labeling anybody they don't like on the no-fly list, and we'll do that. There is no good way to... listen. I am in favor... This is going to sound weird, but let me finish before you get mad and click off. I'm in favor of gun control. Okay? I know that sounds weird, but hear me out. If you could keep people who are batshit crazy, people who want to kill their ex-wife, people who want to do harm to children, people who want to take a hostage, people who want to kill their neighbor, people who want to shoot themselves, if you could keep a gun out of their hands, gun control, I would be 1,000% for that. I don't want a school shooter to have access to a gun. I don't. That's gun control. The problem is, gun control, any way that it's ever fucking going to be implemented, any way that you're ever going to enact it or set limits or set bounds is always too broad of a brush. Always. So yes, I would not like to have a school shooter have a gun. But that's also going to get hundreds of thousands of people who should have legally been able to purchase a firearm. They're going to be banned. And people are inherently evil. So if someone wants to force that on me, it's the same issue they're having with Florida's red flag gun laws right now. So right now, if two people say that you're fucking crazy, you own a gun, and you want to hurt them or yourself, two people do that. They come and take you fucking hostage. They put you in a court, and they get a court order to seize all your weapons. What's happening now is angry ex-wife, angry soon-to-be ex-wife is calling and saying, hey, he's crazy. He told me he had a gun and that he was going to kill me. Then angry ex-wife's mom, your mother-in-law, is actually calling in. Next thing you know, you get tackled in your fucking driveway while you're just hanging out, just finished mowing your yard, and they're taking all your guns and shit. There is no way to implement any of these changes without being too broad of a brush. You can't see the future. You can't tell what people are going to do in the future. You can't trust psychiatrists or psychologists because what we've already seen, what was fine fucking 5 years ago is now bannable. So anything you say, anything you might have put on your Twitter account 10 years ago, today will get you fucking canceled and they'll be screaming you should be locked up. So times change, things change, different doctors' perception change of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. It's too broad a brush no matter how you fucking implement it. No matter how you implement it. If you want to deal with mental health, deal with mental health. Start a program. Let's get people going to checkups. Let's do that, sure. But the fact that you just want to say, oh, these people shouldn't have guns, and if they're on this list, you can't have a gun, and if you ever done this, you can't, it's always too broad. It's always too broad. It has never been implemented correctly. It has never been implemented with any type of precision. It's always too broad. You can't do it.
Who's God in this thing? Who gets to decide what's hateful and what's not hateful? Right? I mean, who's making the rules here? Okay? I mean, that's unbelievable to me. You know, and you know, I'll give you a great example of this. And I don't even know who this dude is. I don't even know if I've got his name written down right. Matt Wallen or somebody, some country music dude. Okay, I don't even know him. I don't listen to country music really. Okay, in fact, I don't listen to much any music. All right, I'm listening to these. You know, I'm doing research, looking at this. But you know, so this guy.
No,
now, I don't know
he's
about
a big researcher.
I don't know, but this guy, I guess, came home from a party, was probably drunk, which is no excuse, but and says the N-word outside his house. His neighbor hears him and records it. Okay, Morgan Wallen, is that his name? Okay, Morgan Wallen. I put Matt. I don't know. Okay, I guess he's the hottest thing going, or at least he was until he messed up and said a wrong word. Now all of a sudden they're gonna cut him off totally. I mean, this guy is gonna be demolished, destroyed. His whole life is destroyed. Let me ask you. Okay, let me ask you. Have you ever said a word you shouldn't have said? Because I know I have.
We backed up some accidentally. I accidentally closed it once.
Okay, if I turn on TV and it's got a bunch of, you know, I'm trying to watch a ball game with my son, and they got a bunch of cussing in the commercials. I mean, crap, you can't even watch TV anymore. Okay, so I'm just saying, but I can turn it off if I want to. But the left not happy with turning it off. They want to punish you. See? So anyway, enough on that. Oh, I tell you what I wanted to show. Let me find it right here. This is the one thing I wanted to show. I do this every night. And again, don't get twisted what I'm saying here. I'm not defending the guy at all. At all. But what I'm saying is we are going down a slippery path. And brother, if you are saying that you're without sin, you better look out for lightning because it's fixing to hit. Okay? All right? I'd hate to see what would happen to your livelihood if you got something you said or something you even said 20 years ago. Okay? I'm tired of this bull crap. All right, let me I'm gonna get on this and see if I can find this here. Okay, this was let me see here. Okay, all right, here it is. Here it is. Okay, let's see if I can get it right here. Video. Okay. Okay. All these ones, I'm on Twitter looking for it, and all these ones they're all from the vantage point of course, the left. So I'm gonna see if I can. Let me see if I can get this.
Boys running in a girls' track meet, so you don't have.
Okay, this is what we're talking about here.
Okay.
This is what we were fixing to watch. I finally found where we were supposed to be. I accidentally exited off earlier while the kids were talking. I had to find it again.
All right, here we go.
Problem then with boys running in a girls' track meet, swimming meets, name it. You're okay then with boys competing with girls?
Respectfully, Senator, I think I answered the question. I believe schools should offer the opportunity for students.
All right, that's the end of it. I don't want to watch no Occupy Democrats anyway. Let me go back to. Let me find another one. Can't listen to that mess.
He never really answers the question. Never.
All right, here.
What's going on, everyone?
Right here. Is this today's? Yeah, it is. Okay, great.
If you're...
All right, here it is.
The Office of Civil Rights sent a letter to Connecticut saying that boys can't compete with girls in sports, or they should be forced to allow boys to compete in girls' sports. If you're confirmed, will you enforce that Office of Civil Rights opinion?
Hello, Senator. Thank you for the question. I understand that there are a lot of concerns about that. If confirmed, it's my responsibility and my privilege to make sure that we're following our civil rights of all students, and that includes activities that they may engage in high school or in athletics.
What do you think in general about boys running in girls' track meets like they've been doing?
So he never answers this. He never answers this. He just doesn't. He says, quite frankly, I've talked to parents who feel that way. I've also talked to parents of transgendered kids that they have to compete in their genetic group. Why can't you do that? Why can't you compete in your genetic group? Well, I've talked to both sets of parents. Again, Senator, what I'm saying is I've talked to both sets of parents. I have talked to both of them, and I believe that transgender kids should be allowed to compete. Absolutely. Absolutely. Transgender kids should be allowed to compete. I can't help it that you force something down their throat that and they believe a certain way based on their parents pressuring them into it, or whatever might be happening. Absolutely, they should be allowed to complete, as they were genetically built to complete. Not today I'm a girl, tomorrow I can get a scholarship, which I was actually born a dude. That's not right. Let them compete. Sure. As they were born to compete.
Doing in Connecticut.
I think that it's critically important that education systems and educators respect the rights of all students, including students who are transgender, and that they are afforded the opportunities that every other student has to participate in extracurricular activity.
Does it bother you that like the top 20% of boys running in track meets beat all of the girls in the state, and that it, would completely destroy girls' athletics? The girls are being pushed out. They don't make the finals in the state meet. They don't get college scholarships. That it's really detrimental to girls' sports. Do you worry about having boys running girls' track meets?
I recognize and appreciate the concerns and the frustrations that are expressed. As Commissioner of Education, I've had conversations with families who.
No, he doesn't answer the question. The specific question, are you worried about boys running in track meets for girls? He never answers that.
I felt the way you just described it, and families of students who are transgender. So I understand that this is a challenge. I look forward to working with you and others to.
Do you think it's fair to have boys running in the girls' track meet?
I think it's appropriate for.
You think it's fair?
It's the legal responsibility of schools to provide opportunities for students to participate in activities, and this includes students who are transgender.
So you don't have a problem then with boys running in the girls' track meet, swimming meets, name it. You're okay then with boys competing with girls?
Respectfully, Senator, I think I answered the question. I believe schools should offer the opportunity for students to engage in extracurricular activities, even if they're transgender. I think that's their right.
All right. Well, a lot of us think that that's bizarre, not very fair. I come from a family that has a lot of girls who have competed in college athletics, have been state champions, and frankly, some boy that's 6'2" competing against my 5'4" niece doesn't sound very fair. I think most people in the country think it's bizarre, that it's just completely bizarre and unfair that people, and you're going to run the Department of Education, you've got no problem with it. That concerns me, and I think this kind of thing is going to lead to really just the vast majority of America just wondering, who are these people that think it's okay? From what planet are you from? I mean, to think it's okay that boys would compete with girls in a track meet, that somehow would be fair. I wonder where feminists are on this. I wonder where the people who supported women's sports are on this. I mean, we all going to be okay with hulking 6'4" guys, wrestling against girls? It just makes no sense whatsoever. And so I think the fact that you seem to be afraid to answer the question, or you basically do answer the question by saying it's okay without saying it's okay, really is a statement to a real problem we have, and a disconnect between what middle America and what most Americans actually believe. I even think most Democrats don't believe girls should run in the boys' track meet. Boys should run in the girls' track meet. So I'm disappointed in the answer, and I just can't imagine that we're going to have a policy like that nationally.
Thank you,
Senator. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Leave, Cody. Showing up late and shit, and then saying, I know I'm late. Leave. I'm just kidding. Check this out. This is hot off the presses. Let's check out what this video is. Hold on just a second. We might have some debunking to do. Let's check it out.
What's going on, everyone? It's February 1st, 2021. This is Zane. I'm coming to you from the Conservative News Network. Last week, I reported on the Castle Rock Studios here in Culver City, also known as Amazon Studios, and the video's gotten out now of Joe Biden at in his Oval Office at basically Castle Rock Studios. So here's the view, and then they go in, and here's...
Hold on just a second.
In his Oval Office at basically Castle Rock Studios. So here's the view.
Why did the video taper down like that?
And here's Biden in front of his window like we've seen, okay? Just like we see up here in this picture. Notice where the black SUV is, okay? So let's watch that again. All right, so let's look at that upper awning, and then let's look at the aerial imagery over here. So this is Amazon Studios, and look at that ledge. The same exact ledge. So,
wait a second. His own video is fixing to disprove him. Let me see here. All right, let's talk about this. He wants to talk about the ledge, right? Let's go right over here. What about doorway size window, arched window? Doorway size window, arched window. I'm talking about the ledge, right? Let's go back forward. one row of windows, square window, peaked roof. There's no doorway. There's no arched window. There's no dual sets of windows. None of these windows right here are the same as the windows that are right over here. Where's the second row of windows? Where's the archway? Where's the doorway size window, or possibly door? I'm not even sure if that's a patio. Where did all that go? If we're going to talk about the ledge, let's talk about all the fucking missing windows.
Me, being a photographer, I can tell you right now where they're at. So they're standing right here, and he's looking left, to his left, at that ledge. Okay? Watch as I play this video. You'll see as he turns.
And the video tapers for some reason.
When he turns to his right, look what's right there. A bright red building. This just gets better and better.
What?
Okay?
We're calling this red smear a bright red building. Hold on, let me go back. I need to see the footage. That's not a red building, first of all. That's one red streak down the side of a building. God, this guy's reaching hard, is he not? Sorry, I'm backing up. By the way, if you're on YouTube and you ever pause, if you use the period and comma, which are also, if you shift them, they're the arrow keys or the angle brackets. If you use the angle brackets, you can go one frame at a time. I see something red there, or brown, or depending. I mean, it's a big-ass smudge. What I'm more concerned with is why does the camera taper in right here in the middle of it?
When he turns to his right, look what's right there. A bright red building. This just gets better and better. Okay.
That seems a lot further away than what we're looking at there, though.
Okay. And then we're gonna play again.
See how the sides taper in so quickly?
Where his window is. There's that black SUV. Okay. And then there's a work truck up here, and I have another shot. All right.
So that SUV is sitting in a circle. It's sitting in the ring. The work truck is sitting on an access road.
So if we look at the aerial imagery right here and we spin this around, that is right where that black SUV would be parked. Okay.
Oh, God. Hold on. Sorry, I'm looking for something right quick that I'm pretty sure Zay put in the chat. I can pull it up, though. I couldn't find it through the search function. Give me just a second. Sorry, hold on just a second. Let me turn on satellite. All right, so here's what he's actually looking at. This is I'll zoom out and show you. But this is a satellite view of the White House, okay? Everybody agrees this is D.C. That's where it's located at. That is the East Wing. This is not Culver City, California. This is not Amazon Studios. Let's zoom in. Here we go. I've not broken the camera. I'm just zooming in. Okay, if we zoom in, right here is the arched window, a doorway, 2 sets of windows. It's weird how we can see that. I think we can even do this. Yeah, right there is the side. Right here's where our guy's standing. There is a tree there he swings by. There's those windows we were talking about, the arched windows. So the SUV was parked here on this radius, and you can see it in the background. Some guy walks through here. It was probably parked about right here. The work truck is actually parked on one of these access roads, which is what they're used for. The landscapers, their storage, their sheds, there's shit going on right there. It's right outside. The guy is standing right here and walks right in the door to the Oval Office, which is exactly where he went to. Let's see what he sees when he spins around. Hold on. I'm not sure what the red smear was. Let's see if we can tell. So if he's standing right here and he spins, well, I mean, there's red right there. I don't know that it would be winter with no leaves. I don't know if that's what he's seeing right there. That's a red streak. But the White House is located right along this fucking circular path. I don't know why people are screaming, there's no parking lot. Those cars are parked in 2 different directions, like if they were in a parking lot. That's not what that is. It is an access road with a pickup truck. It looks like there's a pickup truck parked in the circle right now. There's an SUV parked here somewhere out this window, and there's an access road that also has a truck on it. So just because one's off in the distance and one's fucking closer doesn't mean that everything's paved in between those fucking 2 vehicles. It means that there's 2 different places they're parked, and that's it. But we can go back to this.
And they've also put a gigantic tree to cover up what's going on right here, so you can't see from helicopters and everything. So this huge tree that's so big that the branches don't come down to the window like they do in Donald Trump's picture of his White House, of his Oval Office.
You know that trees, first of all, I've literally seen them move trees at the White House, dig up root balls and move trees for reasons. I don't know if it's for security or for the president to unlock them there. Second of all, they can be trimmed, right? It's winter. You're not going to have a big bunch of leaves hanging down, and branches can be trimmed. Jesus Christ.
So he has those low branches that come down, like we saw at
are you serious?
view of the Oval
We'll
Office
swap
at the
over
White
there.
House. They have this gigantic tree to block what's going on here, so you can't see these reporters like we just saw in this video all congregating here before they shuffle in to film him.
You're out of your mind. That wasn't even where that reporter was standing. So you're saying they have this giant tree so you can't see the reporters, but you just told us that the reporter was standing further up this way. That's what you just told us. So why would the tree be over there?
Have this gigantic tree.
Why wasn't it in this video?
To block what's going on here, so you can't see
the tree hovering.
We just saw in this video, all congregating here before they shuffle in to film him pretending to be the president. So let's see it again. Red building, driveway, fence. Yeah, it's all.
Why don't we see the mega trees when we're spanning around? Why don't we see the mega trees when we're spinning around? Where are these gigantic fucking trees? I saw one tree exactly where it should be, right there. And you spin around, I don't see any more trees. I think I saw one dead tree.
Red building.
There's one dead tree.
Driveway.
Where's
fence.
the mega trees?
Yeah, it's all there. It's exactly where he is, and that's exactly why that big tree is there.
Man, they can pick up anything and put this shit there. Communicate with the Space Marines. Let's see, Doug Billings. By the way, all of that stuff is on Google Maps or anybody who uses Google Maps. You want to know something weird? Do you know that China, for fear of an invading force, does not allow their mainland to be mapped by anybody's GPS satellites other than their own? And They have a special algorithm just built for their satellite mapping that randomly shifts points that are mapped in the satellite in one direction between 50 and 500 meters in some other direction. So like there's literally a video, there's literally one picture in China that's like a bridge that goes over this big ass river, and it's shifted, and there's a 30-meter gap between the right side of the bridge to the left side of the. So if you actually drove off that road, you would just drive into the center of the river, and you would miss the other half of the bridge, because the way the algorithm picks out different grid squares, it didn't shift the whole bridge. It shifted one piece up and one piece down, and it shifted restaurants in the middle of roads, and it shifted roads in the middle of fucking waterways, and isn't that crazy? That shit's crazy. It's not uploaded yet. Right after the Mel K video, it's displaying right now on the internet. Do you have YouTube have a delay based on area? No. But if he's live now,
Hi, everybody. Doug Billings here on the set of...
Oh, that's 3 weeks ago. If it's live now, it should show it.
Hi, everybody. Doug Billings here on the set of The Right Side with Doug Billings.
You're too damn loud, brother.
We are the majority.
Latest interview 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Doug Billings, be happy, Down syndrome. Videos, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't say that he's live now, and it doesn't say that he's got an interview right now. It says he has Mel K on 1 day ago. I don't know. We'll check back in a minute.
Yeah, well, got a little smirk on his face.
Maybe he hasn't, maybe he had to take it down for some reason. He's putting it back up. We'll check.
I think I'm an orangutan. So I am one, and I'm going to compete with the animals. And, you got to accept it because I made it up. No, it don't work that way.
Simon Parks is currently predicting that at the Super Bowl this Sunday, this is his post, Super Bowl this Sunday, fly over by a B-1 as normal. But it would be so good if something was written on the underside of the airframe for the audience to see. ... So he's predicting without predicting that there'll be some type of special message written on the bottom of the fucking B-1 bomber.
I mean, crap, let's just all make up something. I mean, this is the stupidest crap I've ever heard. Now, if you want to be a boy and play pretend that like you're a girl, or you're a girl and you want to pretend that you're a boy, that's fine. Knock yourself out. But we're not going to adjust everything in society for your mental illness, okay? I'm just going to tell it like it is. It's the bottom line. See, that's why I love Trump. He told the truth. He don't put up with this political correctness bullcrap. Okay? Man, I've said that word a bunch tonight. I apologize. Okay. But my God.
I do not accept your apology. Any man that would say bullcrap twice in one video doesn't deserve to be on this great platform.
Okay. I mean, this is crazy. It's insanity. And not only is this guy going to be head of education, have you seen the head of the health department or whatever that's going to keep us healthy? I tell people, I'm not politically correct. I'm going to tell you the opposite of political correctness. I'm going to tell you the truth. Now, you might like it. You might dislike it. You might not like me. I might not like you. But it doesn't matter because the truth will stand. When the whole world's on fire, the truth's going to stand. Okay? You can't fool God. Now, all right, I'll get off of that. All right, now, I want you to understand something. A lot of people are saying over and over, why? Hey guys, listen, we got about 15,000 people on here, 6,000 thumbs up. I need everybody to X out of the thing, please. Please do this for me. Hit the thumbs up and subscribe. Thumbs up and subscribe.
All right, listen, guys. We've got about 48 people on here. Somewhere around 48, 47. It's kind of fluctuating. The most people we've had tonight are about 70. I need everybody right now to exit out of the chat. I don't care who you are, what you're doing. You need to exit out of the chat. Thumbs up, subscribe. We only got 23 likes. Thumbs up, subscribe. I don't care who you are. We need that to happen immediately.
I don't know how to slow down the chat, brother. I would. I can't do it on my phone. It won't let me, and that's what I'm doing it on. So please subscribe and hit the thumbs up. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Don't
15,000 people watching.
I've learned a lot. I try not to respond to the intelligent people. Okay. They're so far above us that we can't even really, communicate with them. I mean, they don't understand us. We're just poor little regular people. Okay. So don't even worry about them. Don't give them the time. Don't even give them the pleasure to comment to them. All right. I'll do my best not to as well. Okay. But you got to understand, This is not about, Trump will be back. I believe that 100%. They're not intelligent. Well, maybe you didn't catch on to my sarcasm. Okay. Trump it's not just about him being reelected, guys. The whole reason he ran, the whole reason he was chosen to run by these military generals was to bring down the deep state. It wasn't to be president necessarily. It was to bring down the deep state and this central banking
I got
system
the Doug Billings. It's privated right now.
Forever.
Or it's unlisted right now.
That was the reason Trump ran. Okay? And so, but people have to be shown. And part of the thing about people being shown is when you start hitting them where it hurts, they wake up. Yeah, and save children. Somebody said that. That's exactly right. But here's stop this satanic child pedophilia trafficking deal. Okay? But once you start hitting people in their pocketbook, then you start getting people's attention.
There is no parking lot right outside the Oval Office. There are 2 access roads and an oval. Just because you see a vehicle parked close to you, and just because you see a vehicle that's parked far away, does not mean in between those 2 vehicles is a parking lot. Instead, it means that one vehicle is parked on the access road, which would be close. That would be the pickup truck. And one vehicle is parked a little bit further away and kind of at an angle. It is on the oval.
You know, how many times have you heard somebody say, you know, and I was the same way. I mean, if somebody gets cancer, if somebody gets whatever, and they're going through a time, and you say, hey, man, I'm going to pray for you. Hey, I understand. I'm going to be praying for you, and I feel so bad about it. And do you really understand? No, you don't. You don't. Okay? It wasn't until I actually had someone close to me go through it that I started, it changed the whole thing. The whole thing changed for me, see? And it's the same thing here. A lot of people, they don't care, okay? They don't care if Joe Biden's doing whatever until it comes to their front door.
Oh, shit.
Then all of a sudden, you got their attention, okay? Especially when it comes to their money. Their eyes are going to be wide open, okay? Now, I want to move over to COVID for a minute, okay?
I wanted to give you this guy's update. If you guys watch Plebeian Media, Don the Pleb, Plebien, Plebeian Media, he's a huge channel. He's fucking 1,000 times my size. I think he's got a few 100,000 subscribers. But he is wrapping up. He was officially demonetized by YouTube. So he is now wrapping up his ability to or his streaming on YouTube. So he's not happy with DLive either. So what he's decided to do is he's moving to Entropy only. He has been selected for their, right now on Entropy, you have to either have a YouTube video or a DLive video, and they just host it, and you can watch there. And it's basically, the reason I have an Entropy is because if we start talking about some spicy subjects where you want to say shit in the chat that you know YouTube would get after me for, on Entropy you can say anything goes in the chat. Anything whatsoever goes in the chat. But usually you have to have a YouTube link or a DLive link, and they just host it there, right? But they've just launched their solo to where you can stream straight to Entropy. You don't need a YouTube account. You don't need a DLive account. You don't need anything. But he is beginning the process of, like in today's video he did, about halfway through the video, he turned off YouTube chat and only was looking at Entropy. He's trying to get people to move over there. Lots of creators want to move. Lots of creators want to take their audience with them. The problem is the audience doesn't seem to want to move. Every time you make a move, you lose about half your audience, and then people show up like you didn't tell them that you moved and shit. It's hard to make a move. It really is. Trust me. We've been through several. I started out here on YouTube. Went to Twitch, went to DLive. I got a Trovo. We're back on YouTube now. Like, it's hard to take your audience with you. Even his audience, as big as it is. He was getting he was telling people for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, go to Entropy, go to Entropy, go to Entropy, go to Entropy. He ended up with 60 people on his first thing, and he has a couple 100,000 subscribers. But now he can tell he's been demonetized and is being shadow banned.
Oh, mercy, I could tell some stories. I'm not going to go there tonight, okay? I'm not going to go there tonight, but let's just say I have had my fill, okay? Like, it's way up here, okay? And it has to do with my kids, okay? So I'm tired of people taking advantage and hurting kids, all right? But here's what happened. What did the government do to get their numbers up for the CV? What'd they do? If the doctors said, hey, you died of whatever, then they got X amount of, right? That's right. Well, you know what? Sheila Jackson Lee, that brilliant lady from Texas, who is just a model of intelligence, okay? She is proposing a firearm licensing and registration act. You might say, well, everybody has to get registered. You have to register firearms. That's all. Yeah, that's true. But here's the deal. Here's the catch. Now they want to require a psychological evaluation on you. And guess who gets to decide if you're mentally stable enough to own a gun? Yeah, the government. And if the government is in charge of this, and they have in their mind an idea to maybe limit the amount of firearms, what could they do to incentivize the doctors? I'm sorry, not the doctors. In this case, well, it would be psychiatrists, people giving the mental evaluation. What could they do? The same exact thing they did with CV. The same exact thing. You don't think it'll happen? It happened with CV, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm just getting my numbers here until I get a monetization decision.
I'm somebody to be talking, but you crazier than you look. I promise you. Okay? You better wake
We'll
up.
figure it out.
Okay? How does Big Pharma get the doctors to push certain drugs? It's called...
Let's jump ahead and see what he goes to next.
Accounts, they're doing better than they were on Twitter.
Oh, never mind. He just watches the entire X-22. The X-22 report basically says that Space Force is taking over, and that's the reason we needed Space Force was because they've been monitoring all the elections and blah, 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 blah. This is the new Doug Billings podcast with The Right Side with Simon Parks. Let's check it out. We got our boy Simon back. Thank God. I've been missing him.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the set of The Right Side with Doug Billings. A quick shout out to a friend of the show, the Commander's Artist. He got started doing some work for the president, therefore the name Commander's Artist. But he's also become good friends of not only this program, but he's a good friend of General Michael Flynn's. And you ought to check out
Jesus Christ.
Go to his website, www.thecommandersartist.com.
Patriot Painter.
Check this out. Look at this stuff that I'm showing you. It's incredible. The patriotism, the quality, the uniqueness of these prints is astounding. And you can have one. Imagine one framed in your home or your den, in your study, or in your studio, like this. They're beautiful, and you really do need to check them out. A personal friend of General Mike Flynn's, a personal friend of this
They look
program.
like shit, honestly. They look like shit.
Make sure you enter the coupon code DOUG, D-O-U-G. That's me. You get a little discount from the Commander's Artist when you do that. The coupon code is DOUG.
Like, I think this guy might have talent if he wasn't trying to make them look exactly lifelike. Like, if he just painted his own generic Civil War soldier, I bet he has a lot of talent. Because the uniforms, the hands, everything looks good on it. But the fact that he's trying to make them exact replicas of, like, Donald Trump's face or Michael Flynn's face or Simon Parks as a red coat, the faces don't look right. It literally looks like a full hand-drawn painting that someone did, or a hand-painted painting that someone did, and he photoshopped a face on it. Here, we'll check it out. Oh, it's called something else. What's it called? It's called Mad Dog something. I don't think it's under the Commander's Artist. I'll try it. I'm pretty sure it goes to Real Mad Dog 58. The faces do not look real. I don't know why. Look, these faces do not look real. I don't know. It's bigger than the other one, damn it. Oh, there it is. Mike Flynn's face does not look real. Donald Trump's face does not look real. That's the only thing that stands out about the painting. This damn sure don't look real. This looks like there's two different lighting on the two different faces. This is very brightly lit. I do think he put some shadow work in there to match the brim, but even it doesn't match the actual brim, the way the brim's flowing. The brim goes up, down, and up, and his shadow just goes over. So the Donald Trump face looks really fucking weird. That one's probably blended better than any of them. This looks fake as hell. Like, that's Photoshop. Look how soft this hand is in the painting, okay? See how it kind of doesn't have real defined edges? It's almost blurred out. It's a real soft feature. Same thing with this hand. Like, it's almost like blurry. It doesn't have a whole lot of detail, but it's softened, right? It's not sharpened. but the face is so goddamn sharp you could cut through a steel safe. Like, I don't understand why he's doing it like that. This looks pretty realistic, but again, it's because it's a whole body, like he cut out a portrait. This looks fake. Everything's soft, real and sharp as hell. This one don't look bad, but obviously it's distressed. That one honestly don't look bad. This one's fine. I just not a big fan of lines in the White House. This one right here, I think it's Barr that stands out the worst. I mean, this is Flynn back here, but at least it's softened up. Barr looks like someone literally used a glue stick to glue his face on. This one's fine, but again, it's his whole body. Here, I think he did a better job. Mike Flynn's face is softened up. So people might say, yeah, that looks 90% like Mike Flynn. But Trump looks 1,000% like Trump. It's just too fucking tight. It's just too fucking sharp. I mean, I'm not an artist. Maybe I'm using the wrong words to describe it, but all this looks like an actual Civil War painting. Then it looks like you took an actual photograph and glue sticked it on and then ate half the glue stick. I don't know. It's just too sharp for the rest of the painting. That one's fine. This one's really fucking weird. This looks almost like it was done with watercolors or something that kind of blended. And then these gold things look like maybe they were added in Photoshop, just a gold brick, like the lapel. The facing is what that's called on an old jacket. This is called the facing. So not the gold buttons, but the actual facing, this square. And then the face literally looks like a photo, and everything else looks like it was done in watercolor. Even the horse looks more realistic than Donald Trump. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing, but it bothers me looking at it. Simon's doesn't look real. I don't know.
Doug, check out this website. Check out the artwork. Patriotism galore. And it's really, really cool. Good quality stuff. Top shelf, as they say. TheCommandersArtist.com. Cheers.
Looks more like Ryan Reynolds.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to The Right Side with Doug Billings. Thanks for watching. Please make sure that you subscribe to the channel. You'll get updates of all of the shows that we do. We have General Mike.
By the way, his fans called him out. I don't know if you guys ever saw the video. I don't know if I showed it. His fans called him out for having Simon Parks on. They started throwing all the alien stuff. They threw out about 5 to 10 clips in his chat on his Facebook page that were saying, I'll see if I can find the post, but they were saying, look, he predicted this, it was wrong. He predicted that, it was wrong. He predicted this, it was wrong. He thinks he's fucking aliens. He's cheating on his wife. Even if it is with an alien, it's still weird. And he made a comment on it about how he is actually about how he's like, well, I just put people on. It doesn't mean that I believe them. It's not like that. You just gotta read between the lines. I put everybody on, even if I don't believe them. I just sit there and nod my head the whole time, which is retarded. Like, you shouldn't do that. Like, if you don't believe them, you gotta press them some, not just agree with everything they said. They specifically called out Simon, and he brought up Charlie Parks when he was apologizing. I don't know if the post is still up. I'm looking right now. He had to make a post for his own people. Hold on, I want to see this right here. Based on a resource, blah, blah, blah. Temporary moratorium. Oh, okay. Okay. So they're saying that Facebook is fact-checking if you post that Biden, they posted they wouldn't ban fracking, and then they banned fracking, because it's only a temporary moratorium on new gas and oil leasing on public lands and offshore waters. But he has not banned fracking. Okay. Yeah, sure. We gotcha. We understand completely with your fact check. God, they're so fucking biased. Like podcast audio versions, Biden-Harris. He has a post that says the Biden-Harris fake inauguration received so many dislikes that the White House took down its celebratory post on social media. There's the Simon Parks interview. There's the Commanders. We're getting close. Sorry. Last show drop, and tomorrow Simon Parks is back with us. Las Vegas odds, the troops in D.C. Sorry, I do want to read. It sounded like he was trying to distance himself with what was going on there. I know because I dropped my link in it. He also posted that stupid meme post. He said Simon provided this to me directly. The meme post where they said Donald Trump left Joe a letter. I left Joe Biden a letter and it says, Joe, you know I won, or some shit like that. That's not true. That was a meme that someone made on Gab. Idiots. He might have took it down. I'm gonna scroll for just another second. If it's not up, then I'll move on. Latest show. It could have been a comment too. Maybe that's where I'm missing. it. He might have actually commented, but give me just a second. You'd be better, be right, or else would come for you. I'm not concerned about his comment as much as Hold on. Listen. This is a post he made. This wasn't the one I was looking for, but listen to this one. Hey, everyone. Lots of information out there. I know I share a lot of it, along with my opinion of it. I had a hater post on my YouTube channel that you'd better be right or else we will come for you. So to be clear, I'm not concerned about this comment as much as I am that information and opinions are shared. Shouldn't bring anyone to the point of despair or threats. I assume that all of us on this page are prepared for two possible outcomes. Trump or Biden. If Trump, we proceed as per usual with determined patriotism. If Biden, we proceed as per usual with determined patriotism. Don't let the second possibility cause you to give up here or anywhere. But the post right above that says, I promise you this, Trump will be back in the Oval Office. Come hell or high water. That's the post right above it. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? You can't play both sides of that fence, man. Your fans are going to be pissed if you're not exactly right. If you're not exactly right, they are going to be pissed. Yesterday I was at 5,000. Today my podcast has 10,000 downloads. This guy's growing like crazy because he's still feeding them the information they want to hear. He's still feeding it to them. He's letting it dribble. It will happen. Martial law won't be nationwide, but it will happen. It will only be in the areas where targets are located. He's making it's not, this might happen, this might not. We need to wait and see. We need to check out. We need to be prepared in case this happens. He's saying this will happen. This will happen, which is fucking too far if you're trying to play both sides of the fence. No? Am I crazy? You can't say, hey, we're prepared for both. It could happen either way. Just make sure that you're ready, you're prepared, blah, 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 and then say, this will happen. Yep, he will be back. Come hell or high water, he'll be back there. Blah, blah. But he's probably going to try to say, oh, I meant like he's going to run again. But still, god damn, this dude. It sounds like every 10th post, he's preparing for either outcome, but the other 9, there's nothing happening but what he wants his fans to hear. Yeah, I can't find the post where he calls out Simon. I must have missed it. America's first Marxist president, or he must have deleted it. I didn't miss it. He was really fucking apologizing for having him on, but saying, oh, this is just a voice, and I could have done a better job of calling him out, but I like to be respectful when I have guests on and shit.
Flynn coming up on tomorrow's program. It will drop on Friday morning, February 5th. General Flynn, you don't want to miss that one. Subscribe to this channel so that you get notifications about all of that. Also, please stop by our GoFundMe page. Consider sponsoring the program. We would be grateful and blessed if you did. Today, right here on the right side with Doug Billings, he's back again. Always interesting, always a unique spin on the information, and his opinion is valued around the world, literally. Simon Parks, right here, right now, on the right side with Doug Billings. Here we go. Well, Simon Parks, I'm happy to see that the rumors of your demise were greatly exaggerated.
Yes, it was a real chap, a real guy who had, it looks like he was murdered. But what's astounding is that this guy was reported missing or murdered back in, I think, 1986. And so it was very strange that the day after YouTube threw me off and Facebook threw me off properly, the very next day, this started to circulate. And I don't believe that's a coincidence. And so whilst it's awful that this is a real person, I think it's very cynical of Facebook in particular to do that, because it's disrespectful to the young man who really died.
Yes.
And it's just ludicrous.
Absolutely so. And Simon, that is all part and parcel of what I think this world is facing as a crisis. The sharing of information, they silence you. I've said on this show, we give a platform that's non-censored. Now, between you and me, we're not censored, but we are at the mercy of the big tech corporations, the YouTubes, the Googles, the Facebooks of the world. And that is a real issue, because we can't, as citizens of any country, begin to make up our minds about anything unless we know the full story.
I think, Doug, what's to bring it right down to the ground of it here is that you could go out into the United States, or I could go out into Great Britain, and I could say a bunch of things, and a policeman would walk past and there'd be no problem. But if I write the same thing on YouTube or Facebook, a private company that I never elected, that never served as a lawmaker, has the right to silence me. Now, that doesn't seem right, that the law of the land says, that's okay, you can say that on the sidewalk, but you can't say it on social media. And I think that's the problem, that governments across the world have abdicated responsibility and given what some people call big tech, I'll just say the big social media companies, given them the right to police the country.
Right. Yeah, I on the one hand, Facebook, Google, Twitter, all of the big heavy hitters with regards to social media will say that we are the public square, and you should be able to communicate with each other. We are we're the new water cooler of the workplace, for example. When I was in corporate America, unions, for example, in the United States were famous for saying things like, well, we can say whatever we want about our employer online. You can't fire us just because we said our boss is a jerk or whatever, because we are the new water cooler of the 21st century. And yet the caveat is the conversations around this new water cooler have to be in alignment with the liberal narrative.
Sure. I'm waiting for them to say, what we can and can't say in church. That'll be the next thing.
Oh, yeah. Imagine that. Well, and I think, speaking of church, I just did a show the other day where I commented about what's lacking in the world, not just the United States, but religious leaders around the world are now afraid to speak the truth from the pulpit. We're afraid to push back on this menacing left liberal.
Some of you guys didn't close chat and like the video. I can tell from here. 54 viewers, only 32 likes. The man in the last video told you exactly how to do it.
Mob, because they're afraid to offend anybody. They have now given up truth to hostage to the narrative of the left. What do you think?
Well, your listeners might be interested to know the reason that I was thrown off YouTube, because they did give me a reason, and I referred to President Trump supporters as patriots, but apparently that's not what YouTube classifies them as. YouTube classifies Trump supporters as violent criminal gangs. So I was thrown off YouTube because, quote, I have been supporting violent criminal gangs. Now, what's incredible is that in Great Britain, I could, on social media, I wouldn't.
I don't know what you're talking about, what up, but tonight's not the night. Just fucking leave, dude. Just fucking leave. I don't like banning people, but I will ban you. I put up with your shit for days at this point. Just fucking leave.
But I could talk about violent soccer hooligans, and that'd be perfectly fine. But if I talk about some people who stand on the steps of the Capitol building waving a flag, I'm not talking about the Antifa that got into the building. That's a violent criminal gang. So to be honest and truthful with you and your audience, I know the stealing of election is a really big deal, but you know what? The situation with the media, that's pretty big as well.
Amen. I agree. And we don't need to say that people, godly men, you and me, and others who we speak to, the vast majority of both of our audiences, godly people, we are not at all for any of the violence that occurred at the Capitol. It's crazy to suggest we would be.
There isn't a single.
Just existing and being a douchebag, basically. Just leave. You're already in here talking shit. Just leave.
Video clip or audio clip of me, pushing violence. I've always been for peaceful demonstration, but this is the difference. You see, the law of the land would say that I was innocent, but a private social media company can say we don't like it. It's like going into a theater and there's usually a little label that says the management reserve the right to refuse entry to any patron.
If you were muted, I can almost guarantee you, okay, bye, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Anyways, if you were muted, I can almost guarantee that Mariah did it while I was in her pocket.
And that's exactly what it is.
My goodness. Yep. Well said. Okay, Simon, let's take a look now at where your thoughts are, just as a means by updating us on what are your thoughts from January 3rd to today. What are the updates that you have? Where is your mind? What are you thinking? What are you hearing?
Sometimes I don't know where my mind is. You know,
see what Simon's updates are.
The news coming out of America is constant. Unfortunately, 90% of it is inaccurate. I don't mean people are deliberately lying. It's just they pick a ball up and they run with it. It's not happens to be the right ball. My view, first of all, is it's going exactly the way that those who are on the Trump side imagined it would go. Now that I was having a discussion with Charlie Ward and Sasha Stone a couple of days back, and I was saying that that's all very well, but the good guys can't afford to leave the audience behind them. They need to take the audience with you, and the audience now are to the point where they want something to happen. I genuinely know that the people who call the shots, they're not that bothered, unfortunately, about what the audience wants. They're focusing on what they call the bigger picture. But this is about.
So that gives him, basically what he just did is that gives him the leeway to move the date anywhere he wants. So he's been building up to this. So first of all, they predicted that it was happening on January 20th, okay? They called it Popcorn Day. They said, get your popcorn ready. This is going to happen. Get ready for what's fixing to happen. Get ready, blah, blah, blah. It's happening, 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 it's happening. Then he said that you guys ruined it by calling it Popcorn Day. But they're the ones who started calling it that. They're the ones who put it on here. They're the ones who started talking that shit. They're the ones that did it. But when you said it, he said, well, too many people were calling it Popcorn Day, so they caught on. They're not going to move in, and they caught on. Then he got some clap back on that, so he changed it to, I'm not saying that it was a dirty bomb, but there were several of dirty bombs, and the good guys thought they had them all accounted for, but it turns out they weren't all accounted for, so that could have been it. Now he's changing it to, look, we've been giving you dates, and they've all been wrong, so now I can assure you the people that are making the decisions do not care about your timeline. It's on their timeline. That way, every time he makes a prediction, he can just say, oh, the time wasn't right. Oh, they had an issue pop up. Oh, something happened. Oh, the timeline, the timeline, the timeline, the timeline, the timeline. He can push it in any direction he wants.
To fight so that a country, America, is a worthy place for the people to live in. And if there's a massive disconnect, not just between the bad people and the audience or the people, but the good guys, if the audience, let's just call it the audience, if the people of America feel that they're not connecting with the good guys, then the people of America mustn't be taken for granted. Right. So we need some action fairly soon. I know we've seen it with the FBI shootings, and by the way, that wasn't what was portrayed, isn't actually what happened. We've seen strange things in the White House. And so I think there's enough evidence for many people to take heart. But until those announcements are made over American media, I don't think many people will believe it's actually happening. Even if I give you a list of people who've been arrested, it's not having the effect because so many people are being arrested, charged, or threatened to be charged and released back. And so, of course, people are saying, well, why is that person back? And it's very difficult, but it's very difficult.
You mentioned the big picture, that the good guys here don't want to take action quite yet, that they're more concerned about the big picture. Elaborate on the big picture for us, Simon. What is it?
Well, it is big, and that's of course why it's not a straightforward deal. By the way, I know that you've got a real coup coming up. You've got Lieutenant General Mike Flynn, and I would just give congratulations to his brother for taking the position up.
Yeah, but he also said that it had to happen no later than the 20th. So what he'll do when the first quarter's over is say the time isn't right. They couldn't move it in the first quarter, but they've extended deadlines. They've moved a investigation. They've actually said that it would be better to do it in the summer because they haven't made as many mistakes as they thought they were going to have them make, or they were able to rescue all the children, so now the timetable's a little more laxed, or they spoke to the secret world powers, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping and all these people, and they said, no, it'll be fine if you do it in the summer. It's no big deal. He always gives these weird deadlines that it has to happen before this, or it has to happen before that, or it has to happen here, or it has to happen there, and then backs them way back off and say, oh, no, it's cool. It doesn't have to happen there. It can just happen here.
On Hawaii, which is the Pacific Command, which is Taiwan and China, interesting territory. So I think that's gone to a really good guy, and I think that's great. Okay, that's my bit of thing out of the way.
Thank you for plugging the General Flynn appearance. I appreciate it.
Well, yeah, and I put it on the website. I mean, the thing is that, he's well, we've talked to, he's a great guy, and shouldn't need to say any more about it. Well, I'm happy to say more, but everybody knows he's a good guy.
Yes.
The difficulty we've got is that we tend to think about America, but the reality is there is a bunch of countries, and some of those names of those countries, many Americans haven't even heard of, and I'm not being disrespectful, it just doesn't come up in your news. And yet there's action going on there. And it makes us realize that the bad guys aren't just in America, they're all over the globe.
Yep.
And, it means that when action is taken, to be honest with you,
global
America
baddies
will be the last country.
That's what we call that.
Because it's easily to contain it. Somebody said to me that the military can put a bayonet to the mainstream media in America and say, you have a contract with us to carry broadcasts, which they do. But they can't do that to other countries. So I sent an emergency message out to all my coordinators in.
It's also not a contract. They don't have a contract. It's a law. I mean, it's a law that they had to broadcast these. That's why it keeps a log of them and they can be charged. It's less about people going to jail and more about fines, but it's not a contract.
In America today, saying there's a really good chance that you guys are going to hear what's happening before the rest of the English-speaking world, because it looks like, from what I'm picking up, that only American cell phones or American channels carried by satellite or cable will actually carry these emergency broadcasts when they happen, but we won't get it in other countries, perhaps for days afterwards. So we won't know exactly what you're being told. So I've got to deal with my coordinators to feed back. And that's a very interesting point.
Sounds like you're not trusting the plan, Simon.
I think they've got to get other countries sorted. They are dealing with child trafficking in the United States at the moment. There's a big push on the children on the underground bases, not just in America, but certainly looking at that now. There's a big deal going on there. There's a lot of activity with not the very top ranks, but just under the top ranks, the individuals who can control large corporations. You saw the boss CEO stepping down from Amazon, and that was because he was told that there was a charge coming for him, and he was due to be arrested in about 3 months' time, and that it would be very good in his interest to stand down. He did stand down, and
he was just warned that there was a charge for him, and that he was due to be arrested in 3 months. That gives him enough leeway to make a little more money and get out. No, just saying they being banned, they're probably onto something. Okay? They banned ISIS videos that did not show violence, but that only talked about how the evils of capitalism were ruining their country. Do you think they were onto something and that's why they got banned, because they were spelling the truth? Or do you think it was because there's a possibility that they can mobilize people into a deadly force? Or because they're spreading misinformation? Or because they're lying? It doesn't mean that you're onto something every time you get banned. It just means you've done something that they don't like.
And the press conference he gave, the note he gave, said that I am leaving, quote, to spend more philanthropic time working on climate change. Now, I'll be honest with you, the CEO, the richest man in the world, doesn't leave the top job to go and worry about climate change. So he's clearly been booted out. And the other news we've got is a lot of Amazon employees have received messages saying that they may not have a job after the 12th of this month, 12th of February. It's possible that the executive order that President Trump wrote about foreign interference and foreign money may mean that a proportion of Amazon's assets may be seized by the government. So there's an awful lot going on.
My goodness, yes. With regards to another thing that you mentioned here, the FBI shooting, I'm curious to get your take on what's the real story behind that, Simon?
I genuinely don't know. What was portrayed wasn't what happened. All I can tell you is all I know, which was, quote, "We got exactly who we were going after."
Okay.
We got exactly who we were going after. And it's obviously an incredibly sensitive situation, and nobody's going to give that to me over an open line.
Right.
But that's what I've got. Now, the other interesting thing, and it's just a whim, Doug, just a whim, that you've got Super Bowl coming up, haven't you?
Yes, we do.
Have you picked up anything about Super Bowl?
Now, you have to, my boy Mahomes, I have a team that I prefer, Simon.
Is that the
Kansas City Chiefs?
Chiefs, I'll say the Indians, yes, the Chiefs.
The Indians, yes, well,
yeah.
The Chiefs.
And the other one's not the Buccaneers.
The Buccaneers, yes.
I'm not bad for a Brit, am I?
No, you're very good. Spot on. Very nice.
The Chiefs and the Bucks are in the Super Bowl.
This is just chatter, so please don't. I'm not pushing this as this is going to happen, but this is just chatter, and it's just interesting.
Yeah.
That there's and it might just be a few people sitting around a table saying how nice it would be if a B-1 Rockwell Lancer bomber were to fly over the Super Bowl while the audience and the people are there. I think it's called the nice name for it, or the friendly name is called the Bone. It's called the Bone, but in my day it was called the North American Rockwell B-1 bomber.
Yes. Well, there is a tradition, at least in my neck of the woods, in the Kansas City, at every Chiefs game, a B-1 bomber typically flies over, just prior to or after we sing the national anthem.
Okay. Well, I think this might fly a bit lower.
Ah, okay. Good.
So he first tried to push. Wouldn't it be weird if there was just a B-1 there? And then Doug ruined that by saying there's always a B-1 at Kansas City games. Oh, well, this is going to be at just a bit lower altitude. Okay.
Right. Just watch for that. I mean,
okay.
As I said, it's just it's a way of the military expressing its connection to the people, and there are certain people that are looking for every opportunity to do that, but not do something that's totally out of the ordinary.
Hold on. Hold on just a second. I'm reading something in case you're wondering what I'm doing. So there's already been a story released about this. 2 days ago, the local news out of Missouri released a story that says Whiteman, Air Force pilot responsible for first of his kind Super Bowl flyover. And it's talking about a female. The spirit of Chiefs Kingdom is storming Tampa by land and by air. 3 states prep for first of its kind tri-bomber flyover, but for the Super Bowl. This doesn't look like it made national news because I just searched a phrase out of this story. It doesn't look like it made national news. It was just from a local news organization. 2 days ago it was published. And it says, obviously a very dynamic schedule that could change quite often as we're in the air. So He will constantly be talking to me as I'm managing the formation to ensure we are at the stadium on the right time. So this is the female that's going to be the leader of the Bombers. It's going to be a B-2, two other bombers, a B-1 and a B-52 are all flying in. And it says he will be constantly talking to me as I'm managing the formation to ensure that we are at the stadium at the right time. The Bombers will come in low and fast, possibly lower than normal due to suspected cloud coverage that day, but they will be clocking anywhere from 250 to 300 miles per hour as they fly over. So why would he be trying to say that this is some type of secret plan that he knows about when there's literally a news story about it? It's weird. I wonder if that's where you get all your intel from. 2 days ago news.
But
okay.
Perhaps trying to do something. So in terms of timescales, I don't think
Jesus
that the good guys
Christ
can leave Biden in there much longer, because I think in the middle of February, that's only what, say a week and a bit away now.
Yeah.
I think that they're going to try and put Harris in and replace Biden. His dreadful slip about 400 or 600,000 inoculations would be enough for 300. Are so convinced.
I don't think it does matter that it's a little fucking lower. I just think that he saw that in that news story and he's like, that's something I can say. I'm going to say that they'll be several feet lower. And then when it happens, I'm going to tell people that not only did I predict the bomber, but I also predicted it was a little bit lower.
Team, or those who pull the strings, that they decided that maybe it's time to get rid of him. So that, I think, will be a very big mover.
God, I hate this guy.
They don't want somebody, because Harris has got half a brain, and they don't want someone with half a brain in there.
Right. You know, the slip-ups have been incredible, Simon, and now that you mention it, there was another one, and I don't, they may all well be related to each other, but this week, Harris was, dispatched to go to various places to quell some of the uproar with regards to the Keystone Pipeline shutdown. And some of the jobs that will be lost, not only in the middle of the country due to that, but also some coal mining jobs in West Virginia and so forth. And she said something rather extraordinary and just so far-fetched. She said, well, for all of you people working on the pipeline and in our coal mines, providing us energy, we're going to transition you now to sweep for landmines. Did you hear that story?
What I heard, it's funny, isn't it? But and I don't pick it up from mainstream, but what I heard was, and she may have said this sort of off camera or off mic, but she was talking to a group of people who I guess were Virginia miners. And what was reported to me, she said, when Biden kills off your jobs, you're going to have to transition to manufacturing jobs. And
when you talk to him about climate change, the first thing that he talks about is job creation. And so it's job creation around investing in American manufacturing, job creation in terms of investing in American infrastructure and building up, back up American infrastructure, job creation around, for example, all of those skilled workers who are in the coal industry and transferring those skills to what we need to do in terms of dealing with reclaiming abandoned landmines.
Reclaiming abandoned landmines. She did not say, when Biden kills off all your jobs, we're going to put you out there with landmines. But this is what the mainstream media is now saying. When Kamala Harris refers to West Virginia's abandoned mine lands as landmines, she actually meant...
So it's job...
They're saying that what she actually meant... I don't know what the fuck she actually meant. It was a stupid comment. But what she actually meant is reclamation is like if you mine, especially a surface mine, reclamation means you have to put the creek back where it went, you have to put the grass back where it grows, you have to put the tree back, you have to put the food sources back, you have to open up so much more new land for habitat, blah, blah, blah. But they're saying that's what she actually meant.
So it's job creation around investing in American manufacturing, job creation in terms of investing in American infrastructure and building up, back up American infrastructure, job creation around, for example, all of those skilled workers who are in the coal industry and transferring those skills to what we need to do in terms of dealing with reclaiming abandoned landmines, what we need to do around plugging leaks from oil and gas wells, and
So that's what she's talking about. That might be their new jobs. Let's see how Simon describes it.
I heard was, and she may have said this sort of off camera or off mic.
Nope, not at all.
Talking to a group of people who I guess were Virginia miners, and what was reported to me, she said, when Biden kills off your jobs, you're going to have to transition to manufacturing jobs. And then she made the thing about mines, but nobody was clear whether she was talking about disused mines, as in an old mine that's no longer working, or whether she's talking about a minefield.
Yeah, it was a funny gaffe. She should have said something else. She should have phrased it different than landmines.
Right. I can't believe she's talking about a minefield, but these two are so prone with mistakes that
But it wasn't off camera. It wasn't off mic.
You can't make mistakes.
It wasn't when Biden destroys your jobs.
Were lies when the
that wasn't the quote.
Said he said something and he never did.
Right.
And you've only got to look at the new White House press secretary, and they haven't a clue, because they're getting
I'll
no
agree.
information
She's a dumbass.
from anything that's to do with the military project at all, and so they don't know. That's why the lights go off at 11 o'clock every night, almost, at the White House.
Yeah, basically what she's saying, J. High Ashbury, is like when Obama happened, when Obama 1.0 happened, instead of now we got Obama 2.0. When Obama 1.0 happened, all they did was some of these mines up here, like in West Virginia and places, they just turned off the lights and went home and never came back. There was still break rooms. There was still fridges in there. There's break trailers. There was the equipment was just parked there with fuel in it. The only reason I know this is because I have a buddy who doesn't actually have a job. He cashed out his 401k when he was working, made a lot of money on the road. He cashed out his 401k, and he just does like trading and dealing, and like he bought a piece of property, and then Kroger bought it for like a grocery store, and he made a bunch of money. Well, he bought a landmine, a coal mine, like an open pit mine. And when he did, he bought everything on it. Like it looked like they had just finished their last shift and came back. And I said, holy shit, is this like a working mine? And he said, no, it's been closed down for like 3 years. And we went up there and loaded all the equipment. He auctioned it off. He got a company to come in and fill it up. So when they actually shut down the mines by executive order, rather than like a mine's just finished mining out of place, a lot of times they just go home. Fuck the reclamation. Because they got like 10 years to complete it in a lot of places. So they don't care. The reason it gets reclaimed so quickly when mines are happening is because a lot of their stipulations say, okay, you can have 5 mines operating, but you can't open a new one until the previous one's reclaimed. So, like, if you have 5 mines going and one gets mined out, or a section gets mined out, and technically you're opening a new mine because you moved beyond your original barrier, they might say you have to close that one so they do it quick, and they do it as part of their job load and blah, blah, blah.
Because there's nobody working there. Yeah. There's nobody there, and they all go off on a timer. It is the biggest theatrical.
Yeah, like the gold miners on
we've ever seen.
The fake mining show. What's it called? Go Rush.
Different from other people, because I don't say I'm enjoying this. There are lots of people saying get the popcorn, enjoy the show. I'm not enjoying this. This is a road I don't like. Every day these people are in, something bad is happening, and I just wish to goodness that the time would be right and to do what we need to do. Right. I don't enjoy. For me, it's not fun. I know there are lots of people that
for real, Rusky, Tony Beats
are enjoying what's happening. And I'll be honest, Doug, I want it just gone. I just want it all done. The sooner the better. And let's get on to heal the place and get things.
I know that they really mind. They just do a lot of dramatization. So like the other day I was watching, I like the show. I don't need the drama, right? I would just watch it if they were just gold mine. But the other day I was watching a show, and damn it, the dude that used to work for the original Jesus Miner guy that now works for Parker in the Gold Room, He they overfilled like the hopper or something, and they had a major blowout, and the water was spraying everywhere, and dirt was shaking everywhere. So he acts like he runs over to the loader, and he grabs the CB to call Rick. And when he does, you can see in the camera he doesn't even push the button. He's like, Rick, you got to get up here right now. He's like, we got a major problem with the wash plant, and you can see everything spraying in the background. But he never hits the button to talk. And then you hear Rick answer, "Okay, I'm right on my way. Just hold it together till I get there." But nobody ever even hit the fucking button. You know what I'm saying? The drama part's fake. They're probably sure as shit. I mean, mine, just the drama's fake. Beats is a dick, but I don't know if that's just playing a part. Rusky said he's really a dick. I'm in Elmer's garage. I want to know how much they get and the issue. So, I had a guy who I was in the military with that got asked to work with, you remember when they went to the jungle to mine diamonds or gold, but they tried to mine diamonds or whatever? When he went there, he got asked to go down there as security, like a hired gun. And during one of his interviews, he talked to a couple guys that were there from the very first season of Gold Rush. And he told them he wasn't a main character. He was a character, but he wasn't the main character. Like, he wasn't one of the lead Todd or whatever. He was just a regular character. He told them that win, lose, draw, gold, no gold, if they finished filming, the day they set foot on the mine, they had to pay part of it back if they didn't finish filming and they weren't cut. But as long as they met their contract, the day they set foot on the mine, they got $165,000. That's not for a main character. Todd was probably making fucking 4 times that, is what he said. But they got $160,000 and another 40 to make it an even $200,000. And when the 4-month season was over. Now that's hearsay, of course. But that's what the guy told me, and I know he went to the interview and shit because he was talking to me about it. Plus, they keep all the gold share. So if they do hit gold, and you do see, every miner got a, $60,000 or $10,000, whatever, if they hit gold share, then they keep that too. That's not fake. So even if you were just a guy who hardly ever appears, you made $200,000 for 4 months. I mean, that's damn good money. For a year, it would be a decent, an upper middle class job probably for where I'm from, depending on your cost of living, right? It wouldn't be shit in New York City. But for 4 months, that's a fucking lick, dude. That is a lick.
It's the way they should be.
Right.
And I don't think the American people can stand much more of it because it's gut-wrenching when you see...
And he said that was for the first season. He didn't tell him what... He asked the guy, well, what are you making to go to the jungle? And the guy just laughed. So I'm guessing a lot more. That was for the first season they ever did when they went to the mine that was across the river from Parker's, whatever they called that one, Bear Creek or the Glory Hole or whatever they were talking about. He also said that Parker Schnabel, who is my favorite, I like him even if he is kind of an asshole sometimes. He Teen Moms make quite a bit of money. Mariah likes that show. Parker Schnabel was never supposed to be a part of the show. Todd is just that stupid as far as mining stuff. And they needed help one day. And he's like, I know this kid down the road. He introduced himself when I first come in. And then the fans like Parker so much, they gave him a spot on the show. They just, the other miners just come from nothing, basically.
It looks like now unaccompanied minors.
I tell you what, we've been struggling this year with money, and usually I worked odd jobs and stuff, but my legs are all, young guys know I'm having medical issues, so my legs are all fucked up. I can't do nothing right now. I can barely fucking walk. But I do believe that the teen moms make a lot of money. I've been trying to knock up every teen I could find, honestly.
Sunday morning. We have a responsibility. We take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Did you say minor?
Joe Biden with the $2 tip said, did you say minor? I did. It was a different type of minor, though. So I've been trying to knock up any teen I can find because I'm pretty sure that the baby daddies get paid too, as long as they appear in the show. So Mariah hasn't exactly agreed with it, but if you need money, you need money. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my part.
Coming across the border will be allowed in across the wall as long as they're unaccompanied.
Thank you for the donation, Joe
exactly
Biden.
How child trafficking starts, because you bring a 6-year-old kid in, and then suddenly her uncle or his uncle turns up with fake documents. Oh, I'm the uncle of this child. You know, that's why Trump stopped all that, not because he hated Latinos, because he hated child trafficking. That's why he stopped it. And so I'm very, very passionate about not going back to this rather sleazy environment that we have.
Okay, so I feel like I need to explain the glory hole now. So when they were mining, they thought they were mining an old ancient creek bed, riverbed, whatever, and where the gold settled. So they believed they found a spot of bedrock. The bedrock was like, you mine right on top of the bedrock. There's gravels, basically. It's like sand and gravels, and that's where the gold settles because it's heavy, right on top of the bedrock. Well, they found a spot where the bedrock was like fractured and went straight down, and it looked like it had been there for a while. So they believed that was an old waterfall. And if it's an old waterfall, it forms underneath the water. It'll form a big divot, right? That'll be like from all the water pressure falling off a waterfall. So they called that the glory hole, which is a really fucking funny name if you're not in a truck stop bathroom. So they called that the glory hole, and they spent weeks and 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 weeks. Then another season of weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Then another crew come on, and they spent weeks and weeks and weeks trying to get to the bottom of that. But it always only flooded. They never got to the bottom. They never hit bedrock. They would get stuck down there. They would get trapped down there. It would flood while they were down there. It was just, they just tried and tried and tried like hell to get down there. They never did it.
We had before Trump came in.
Right. Clearly, we are in agreement. I think that every day that goes by, the republic is further eroded. It's done away with, and they are finally living up to the mantra of Barack Hussein Obama about
video funded by Joe Biden. There you go.
Transforming America into a nightmare of itself, of completely about face from the values and the traditions of our founding fathers, and it puts the world at risk.
Yes, it does. And I mean, one of the things about the Capitol building hello dog, with the Capitol building that happened, the one advantage there is that they will not try to remove the Second Amendment. Not now. So oddly enough, all of that shenanigans around the Capitol building has meant that the people behind the Biden team are quite frightened. And so we won't see an assault on the Second Amendment. I think what we will do, if they get enough time, 2 seconds, let me just get a dog, come and sit. What we might do is see an attack on the Bill of Rights. I know that they want to rewrite the Constitution. You can, if you pack the Senate, you can do that. They want to do away with the Bill of Rights. They want.
Okay. So do I don't feel like I should even have to address this. But I don't know if, even if you're British, you should at least know what the fuck you're talking about. So he just said they will not come after guns. They're not going to mess with that. There's not going to be anything guns. They're going to come after the Bill of Rights. The Second Amendment in the Bill of Rights is literally the only reason we're allowed to own guns. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? They won't come after guns. They're just going to destroy the amendments that allow you to keep a gun and speak freely and not quarter soldiers. And what the fuck? You idiot. Why do you people keep listening to this man like he's gospel? He doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. They're not going to come after freedom of speech. They're not going to come after the right to keep and bear arms. They're not going to come after the fact that you don't have to quarter soldiers in your own home. They're not going to come after the right against unreasonable search and seizure. They're not going to come after your right to a speedy trial or double jeopardy or avoiding double jeopardy or have property taken away without just compensation. They're really not going to come out the speedy public trial by an impartial jury right that you have. They're not going to do that. They're not going to come out the fact that you can have a jury trial even in federal civil cases. They're not going to come after the right or the barring of excessive bail and fines or cruel and unusual punishment. You know, they're not going to do that. They probably won't come after the specific rights that are listed for people that do not have other rights that are spelled out in this document. And they're probably not going to come after or do away with the fact that the federal government only has its powers that are delegated by the Constitution. They're probably not going to come after any of those 10. They're just going to go after the Bill of Rights. I think I got them right. I don't. I kind of stammered around which one was speedy trial, and which one was a jury of your peers.
I want to take away the right of an individual to actually think. Now that sounds, people laugh at me, but it's true. Because if a person thinks, they question. And if you take away the right of a person to think or the need to think, you're not.
Don't let Joe Biden get that little girl. You got to donate.
To look at Biden.
I'm pulling at your heartstrings here.
Absolutely. I think that Barack Obama, you know, you and I say that these people lie, and they do. They are quite good at it. Every once in a while, though, they tell us the truth, like Barack Obama did a few weeks ago, perhaps a month or so ago now, where he said, you know, I would rather quite fancy being, you know, on my patio in the Hamptons, whispering into the ear via electronic device to the president's ear, therefore getting my third term. You know, I think he's telling the truth there. And I think that he definitely has now his third term. I think he's pulling a lot of the strings behind the entire life of Administrator Biden.
I absolutely agree.
You can't say word has it when you're talking about X-22 or Simon or Charlie or fucking Jason Q. Word doesn't have it. Fucking imagination has it.
With you, we know that Biden has an earpiece, and the classic example for even people who, you know, claim to be awake but can't accept this, the point when he was told in his ear to salute the guards.
With the Marines.
So weird.
With the Marines.
What's this?
With the Marines.
Yes.
And instead of saluting the guards, he actually spoke it, because how it works is that he's told what to say and he just says it.
Yep.
So these bad people, and I mean Obama, they are forced by the very laws that they create within their own club. They are forced to tell the people beforehand what they intend to do. Otherwise, it doesn't have the magic hold. That's how these guys work with their magic, that they must tell you. And so somebody, it may not be Obama, but it will be a script. Somebody is telling Biden what to ask for.
Shit might depends. That could have been it.
What questions to ask and what he wants his officials to do. And so it isn't Clinton. It isn't Clinton that's calling the shots, because she's been so heavily tarnished that the bad guys have sort of sidelined her now. And
the bad guys have put her on the sideline because they're the baddies.
Book at the fall of last year.
And we saw evidence of that again, Simon, you know, speaking about Biden and his complete inability to know and understand what's going on around him. There was a photo op of him signing, you know, a stack of so-called executive orders. And, so, you know, he mumbled under his breath, what am I signing? What am I? And a voice from afar, just sign the thing. I mean, it was almost comical. It is comical.
Wait a second. I didn't hear that.
Thing. I mean, it was almost comical. It is comical.
Okay, that is probably a push on that. I know it sounds a lot, and it's funny to say, what I don't know what I'm signing here. It sounds to me like he could have said anything about signing here, or we got this one to sign here, or are we now signing this one here? What are we signing here? And just, an old man joke, like, what are we signing here? Oh, let me read what it is. But what she says could be a whole lot of stuff, not just sign it, please. She could have said we're signing these, or I don't know, just these, or we already got these, and she's sliding that other stack away. It's really hard to tell what the fuck she says. I think that was a very generous take there. Now, what was that for? Hold on. I didn't mean to back up that far. So a lot of that is very, 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 very generous takes. Very generous takes. I mean, I guess that could be what's said, but it could be a lot of other things.
Just sign it, Joe.
Simon, leave. Yeah, that's true.
That actually is exactly what happens on a stage or on a set where the guy forgets his words and then.
Simon used to sell these pyramids he has behind him to open up the celestial world to your home. And they were anywhere from about $500 to about $6,000 a piece. That's why he has 4 of them sitting back here. Also, strangest place for a cat litter box, right on top of your desk. But, his wife won't let him in the main house when he's talking conspiracy.
And the prompt shouts it out. So it may not even have been in the White House. It could have been a mock-up studio.
Yeah.
And they're so useless, they didn't even edit it out. That's it. But you see,
sure, Simon, sure.
Maybe these bad guys know they're time limited. Maybe they know they've only got a period of time, and there is some talk that certain key figures have actually been arrested and then released. And the main public are having a real problem with that, because why would you release them, and why do they go back to the day jobs? But I've got some sympathy with the possibility that some of these characters have indeed been arrested and are at this time plea bargaining to attempt to lessen the penalty coming down the line.
Interesting. Any other details about that? Any specific people that you have suspicions about with regards to that?
The big one will be Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend.
Oh, yes.
The mainstream media are absolutely silent, and that, of course, is a dead giveaway. What I've heard is that she's been singing like a canary. And my particular interest is the salvation of these children who are being held,
right?
Child trafficking, being held in these underground places. I have heard from another party that she has given some very valuable locations of where some of these kids are.
Thank God.
She's apparently giving a lot of information. Now, also, again, it's very difficult for the United States of America. It seems to be that anybody who's had a high grade public office, even when they do wrong, it's very difficult to prosecute them because it stains the office of that person. So, for instance, the head of the CIA, that person, and I said at the time, was caught red-handed in Frankfurt, and was on her way to Gitmo, and decided that she would, be very helpful and give lots of information, and then she was fired from her job, of course.
Yep.
So there are some key people who have actually given information. And what's so, for me, and I find it absolutely incredible that these key people in the media, they must know some of these top names are being arrested or charged, or yet they still persist in peddling these lies. And that's what Satan does. Satan stokes the fire even when the fire is contracting. They still keep trying to put coal on the fire.
Right. Agreed. Well, we can only hope that they keep that lady alive, Giselle. We hope.
I think that they check on her every 10 minutes, 24/7. Every 10 minutes they go to check her physically.
Simon, let me get your take, and for our last question, it might take some time here, but the events that have happened in Myanmar,
Right.
A lot of parallels with regards to voting, the Dominion systems, a lot of talk and chatter out there about it being a quote unquote dress rehearsal for something that may happen here. Any thoughts on that? What if any information do you have? Thoughts on that?
Right. Well, we should all draw comfort from the fact that Biden and his team criticized the military for removing her. So as soon as they said that, we know she was a bad person.
Yep.
Absolutely. As soon as Biden came out and said, you can't be doing that, that's a democratic government.
Yeah.
No. Clearly then, it's the military that have done the good job. Remember, this woman, she served 14 years in prison previously. So that's not been told by the mainstream media. She's in and out of prison. What happened is the military got heartily sick of her and decided they would do it. Now, I wrote, and it probably wasn't very nice, but I wrote to somebody in America, and I call it, Burma. I said,
Burma, yeah.
I call it that because it was part of Britain a long time ago.
Yeah.
Part of the empire. And I said, look what Burma's done.
Yeah, I know that he exercises intergalactic demons for a fee. I've seen that. He exercises intergalactic demons from your body for a fee.
The American military couldn't do. Now, I wasn't trying to be rude, but
we've read through the services he offers.
It can be done, and you have to have the stomach for it, and you have to have the determination. Now, to answer your question, they're not doing it as a dummy run for the US because they know what to do. But I tell you where they are interested is the fallout. What do the under 25s do? What does this group do? What does that group do? So it's looking at how the citizens react, and that's very interesting for them. The difference is, of course, that Biden is an old man and doesn't appeal to young people, doesn't appeal to anyone, but doesn't appeal to young people, whereas she appealed to the young, students in particular. So basically, it'd be easier to get.
I don't know how Jackie's like 10 minutes behind the conversation the entire time.
Excellent. Yeah, it's definitely a story, and I think your point's well taken. I hadn't considered the fact that they would be watching the reaction of those demographics of folks that you mentioned.
Doug, one more is that look how the rest of the world has been muted. You would expect an enormous outcry from the rest of the world. It's the end of democracy. The military have done this. Everyone's being quiet, and they know the real score. I think, oddly enough, the leaders of other countries know more than the American people. I think they know what's coming, and they're playing it very cool. Look how few international leaders want to meet Biden. Nobody wants to meet him. They'll pick a phone up and have a chat with him, but they don't actually want to meet him. That's telling, very telling. Normally when the president comes in, everyone's queuing up.
I understand that. I can understand that. What I'm saying is she doesn't understand that, or else she wouldn't be trying to comment in live chat while being 10 minutes behind the conversation.
I mean, I know when Trump did his first term, the British Prime Minister was like,
all you got to do is click on the live. Like right here on the play thing, it'll say .live.
And it gives
you just click that live and it'll bring you up to live.
Too long now to wait for justice to come through.
Good. Well, Simon, that's why I like speaking with you and having you on the show. Those kinds of perspectives are what people in the world need to hear. And I don't need to tell you that when this show airs, people around the world will comment on this, and they look to America and the situation going on as an important one because it affects everybody.
Yes.
And your information, your perspective and your opinions on all of this is something that I appreciate very much. And you in part are due to the success that we've had. I mean, in January, over almost 5 million people have watched this channel, and it's just astounding.
Jesus
and
Christ.
part of that, most of that really is due to you. And so I'm
in
forever
January, 5,000 million views.
To help. I mean, it's, we all get
this shit
because
I've got to start taking crazy guests on. I'm going to call Simon and see if he wants to come on.
Trump hadn't been successful. Lots of people who'd been hiding under the bushes.
I'm going to show up at his house, do an impromptu interview.
Pretty nasty to many of us who were supportive. But it's quite interesting that a lot of the people who are being nasty don't actually look into the history of it. And I know what's going to happen in the future in the sense that good always beats evil.
Right.
There's going to be a big turnaround. And I am still going to America, but it probably won't be till summer now because
Okay.
of the situation.
Yep.
But the plans, I think, are laid out well. The good people, they do know what they're doing. And I know that word trust the plan didn't go down too well, but they do have access to information that ordinary people don't have. So we have to at least say that they must know more than we do. Therefore, they can make a better judgment call than we can.
Righto, right. Good will prevail. I agree. And I have said
Absolutely.
in every show, I always say we must proceed with determined prayer and determined patriotism, no matter where we are, and give ourselves a bit of patience to see this through and do the hard work, by the way, of patriotism. It's not
I
easy.
can't wait for it to turn around, because then I'll be allowed back onto YouTube.
Good.
It's not that I'm going to say, I told you so, or I was right and you were wrong.
Yep.
What I will say is, for those people who went their own way, they need to reevaluate how they discern truth.
Right.
They need to ask themselves, when faced or given a piece of information, why did they look at the negative aspect? Why did they not see the positive side? And then I would ask those people, when this all comes around, to take themselves off for a few days and to try and do some inner work with themselves and to see what went wrong. Why is it that certain people became very angry and vicious and cross, and others were not? And I think that that's the way that humanity is dividing. And I know that we are only headed towards a positive outcome, but I think those people who have reacted in the way they have, perhaps when things turn around, and they're going to, they might take some time out just to check themselves over.
Good advice. Amen.
Okay.
Well, Simon, listen, it's been a pleasure. For those people that are watching, Simon and I are going to try to do this twice a month. Simon, we'll try to get together, have a chat with each other. I appreciate it very much indeed. And we'll send you the links so that if you feel like this is worthy of your website, you can get it posted up there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very happy to do it. I mean, the link you gave me before, we didn't pick that up because we're hit with so many mails, but we picked it up and it's on the thing now.
All right.
And I haven't yet received my painting, but as soon as the poster arrives, I'll
Yes.
let you.
It's in the mail. It's in the mail. I
Yeah,
promise
I
you
know,
that.
yeah, it's not a check, so I know it will arrive. So listen, God bless to you.
Do you think that maybe Doug Billings is actually the Patriot painter? Let's see. Was that him? Who's that guy? I'm the commander's artist. His name was attributed to me for the meme work I was providing for the Trump campaign to get him elected. Hello, my name is Michael Marone, a graphic illustrator and general artist. In 1980, I attended the Art Institute of Chicago after serving the U.S. Air Force. Oh, God. Out of high school. Art has been my passion since 8 years old and still is today. What is different about my method of graphic art is to bring meme art into the 21st century as a legitimate art form like pop art was. I can use this form to take a snapshot of history that is visual to digest, as well as look at and ponder the current events it's trying to communicate. I have been working hard to bring meme art to the next level of acceptance to the art community. I'm currently working with those in financial need through fundraisers by donating my art pieces to auctions. Current campaign is with Lieutenant General Michael Flynn and his family. I'm looking. Oh, so when he says, this is the official commissioned artist of Michael Flynn himself. The only he called the Flynn Legal Defense Fund and said, hey, I'm an artist, and what I would like to do is basically I would like to provide my art for free to auctions, and then this free art, whatever the proceeds are, I'll give you, 100%, 40%, 90%, who gives a fuck, as long as you tell people that I'm your commissioned artist. I see exactly what happened here. I see exactly. Oh, he's got affiliate links. Oh, you can become an art affiliate. Holy shit. Is that how Doug Billings signed? Oh, God. Sonny Perdue, Lou Dobbs, Jenna Ellis, Elwood, Gina Ferreras Perillo, Mike Pence. Oh, no. Mike Pence is no longer available to buy. Mark Meadows, Trey Gowdy, Dinesh. Oh, actually, I think he had something that I want to read to you guys. So remember how Dinesh, I forget whatever his full name is. Remember how he was saying everybody he was had figured out the algorithm that Dinesh D'Souza, is that his name? D'Souza. Everybody on the right was sharing him around and saying, look, he knows, he's part of the plan, he's got the evidence, he's got this, he's got that. He was the favorite there for a while. He has since been, I think it was him. It might not have been. It might have been that other Indian guy. Let me see. Give me just a second to research something on Twitter. Actually, it wasn't him. Give me just a second. It was another guy. It wasn't Dinesh D'Souza, but it was another guy they were passing around as one who broke the algorithm of how everything went down on election night. That everybody was sharing around, but it'll take me a minute to find it. God damn it, who was it? I should have just retweeted him when I saw it. I knew I should have, but I didn't. He said, this was a couple days ago when I saw it, and it said, I don't want to put my words on it. Let me see if I can find it. I know it had been retweeted a shit ton of times the other day when I found it. By the way, Bison guy has actually decided his defense is now going to be throw Trump under the bus. That was a few days ago. I didn't cover it. He's going to throw Trump under the bus and say that Trump convinced him that there was issues with the election, and that's the only reason he showed up. The Q shaman, Bison guy, is now there. Steve, I can show you that too. Hold on. There's a couple things I just got a reminder that I need to show you. Let me see if I can find this retweet first. It was actually really good, and I want to tell you the guy it come from. It's been deleted. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I can't even see what account it was from. Because the original tweet's been deleted. God damn it. It was one of the guys who broke part of the algorithm. It was an Indian guy too. And it said distrust and distance yourself from anyone who is telling you just to stand by and wait, to do nothing, and trust the plan. That is literally the absolute worst thing we can do right now. There is an active movement against our country, against our party, and against our Constitution. We must stand up and fight as one. And it was from, damn it looks like he might have got banned from Twitter, because I can see where people tried to retweet it because I could tell by what their responses were. But it's not there anymore. It's gone. And I can't even see what his name was. And it was one that was being shared around like crazy right after the election while the investigations were going on and the court battles. Damn it. Anyways, it was a pretty good tweet, honestly. Later on in his comments, he equated it to just a cash grab, right at the end, blah 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 kind of deal. Like these people don't care as long as you give them eyeballs or give them money. What are you gonna do? Show up at their house and tell them they lied to you? Especially the ones that live like in the UK and shit. They've got the least to worry about. Damn it. I'm sorry. All right, now I do have some stuff. So hold on. Damn it, I bet you that's a YouTube link. That one's down. But let's see if I can find another link. Have you guys seen I had never seen this, even though this is kind of an older clip, and there's a more recent one I want to show you as well.
So we are live on Periscope. You can start talking to people and let people know. So we are live on Periscope.
All right, we only go live 10 hours a day, 8 a.m.
You're good. I was just fucking with you there, Jackie. I don't care.
Other live shows, but our regular live is that. We're on Periscope right now. Maybe you should aim that camera. And we're going to be on Facebook, YouTube. We're going to go up live on our TV satellites and stuff here in about 5 minutes. Everybody wants me to come out against Trump, and it's all been made up stuff so far. But this attack on Syria, unless I see satellite photos, unless I see witnesses, unless I see proof that Assad in Syria launched...
No, the Discord can't be a place where anything goes. There is an area where I allow a lot of conspiracy stuff to go on called Conspiracies Only. But it's not where anything goes because Discord actively monitors and looks for words like R or the letter before R. They look for anything about violence against our country, nation, fellow citizens, blah, 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 and they ban Discords. Entropy would be the chat where anything goes, and I'm trying to get set up with a standalone Entropy stream if I can, but we'll see.
...launched this chemical attack. When the rebels have been caught 3 times doing it, I am major league, not off the Trump train. I'm not on the Democrat train, but I am pissed, man. I am major league pissed. Trump said, I'm going to attack you on Wednesday.
Y'all seen this?
And it's clearly the Russians are pulling out. Why the hell would they stage a chemical attack? It's just Jesus Christ. Let's get Colonel Safer on immediately. Let's get all our experts on. I talked to a bunch of CIA guys just a few days ago. They said clearly the West is doing this. This is bullshit. Hold on. When are we going to go live on here? Hey, come on back in here, guys. Yeah, Zach's our intel source. I don't know his full name, but 5 minutes? Yeah. Okay, just put in Trump launches war on Syria, potential World War III. And you've got Dumford and you've got Emperor Palpatine. Get Pachenik on as well. Get his take on this. God, this is horse crap. This isn't just a bombing of one airfield like you did a year ago for public consumption. This is much bigger. Again, we're on. Are we live on all feeds yet?
We're live on. This is Facebook is live and Twitter or Periscope is live. I'm restarting.
Okay, good. So we're on Twitter. We're on Facebook now. But behind the scenes, we're getting ready to go live in the studio. Everybody left here tonight at like 7 o'clock, but we got the news about 45 minutes ago. We all drove back down here. So we have a limited crew, and they're getting ready to go live on the satellites and launch the main transmission here. A lot of TV stations just pick up our 24-hour feed, so we're ready to go here.
Oh, that's another thing we need to do. Make sure Tim is posting this on the /show.
You know, this is 100% them pushing Trump with a raid on his lawyer and the deep state. Because Trump's not a Russian agent, but anybody's lawyer, you're going to be able to find something according to FBI rules that didn't pay taxes right or something. And this is total compromise. And God, I hope all the left and their own personal power trips loves this and potential nuclear war. I just hope you guys are so proud of yourselves. Again, we're in studio. We're going to go live here on TV here in a few minutes. You're behind the scenes on Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, that's fine. Keep saying correct. It'll be fine. Correct. And just have make the new feeds that are coming out of those. You can keep everything else out. Cool, thanks, man.
All right, Kit's in there.
Yeah.
Who was that?
That was Timothy. He's making sure the video streams are going out on /shows.
Yeah, just live coverage of Trump attack on Syria.
Yeah. I know. This is not good. I mean, we thought we had it. I felt we had turned the corner. I thought we.
There's a rant coming. Hold on.
Oh yeah, the 6.
Print me the article. The 6
reasons. Yeah, I'll go grab it.
It's so on target.
I'll go get that one.
The thing is this is so wrong, folks. The globalists ganged up on Syria. They sent the jihadis in. They did all of this, and they're behind it all. And they launched the last 3 chemical attacks, and they compromised Trump. It's just you know, everybody's got their breaking point. And Owen Troy, I just saw Owen. You want to get a chair in here on before we go live? Let me tell you, all my bets are on Trump. They are suing me 17 times to stop him. They are trying to destroy my family. I was told, you basically drop all this and stop supporting Trump, you know, in the whole attack on my family, that would stop. I mean, I have given my children up to try to support Trump, killing TPP, doing all this, and then this. I'm not a goddamn cult. You're doing great. We're going live in 5 minutes. We'll put your sports check on. Get a lot of viewers for this. Thanks for coming in, Owen. No, it's all right. You're good. We're not going live yet. We're only on speeds. All right. This is the military-industrial complex. This is the same crap happened with Hitler or the Soviets. I mean, you got a bunch of power and weapons, so you got to take over everywhere. The damn rebels are Al-Qaeda and ISIS. Our own government funded them to take over the Middle East from Libya to Egypt to Syria. And Assad is pro-diversity, pro-religious freedom. They stood up. They beat it. The Russians were pulling out. And then Trump says a week ago he's pulling out of Syria. And then they start this crap. And they go, sir, we've raided your offices. We know about, 20 years ago, where you paid Atlantic City $100,000 a year casino. That's what they did. They grabbed his lawyer's documents. And none of it's even corruption, but according to the FBI, they can say, oh, you didn't say that was a... They got it. They rolled Trump. And he didn't stand up at the moment of truth. Donald Trump shit his fucking pants at the fucking moment of truth and shit all over everybody. That's my first approximation. I'm not in a fucking cult for Donald Trump. Fuck him. Fuck his family. Fuck all these people. All right, see, I shouldn't even be live right now. When are we going on the fucking satellite? God fucking damn it, man. What the fuck? Is there nobody fucking pure in this goddamn fucking world? See, now I'm fucking pissed right now. Syria fought Al-Qaeda, they fought ISIS, they fought it all. And now you got Mattis and fucking all these people shitting all over us. And the goddamn fucking liberal fascists censoring us everywhere the last 2 days. We did an emergency fucking 36-hour broadcast trying to stop this shit that could lead to World War III. And you fucking liberal pieces of fucking shit, you fucking assholes, fucking support this. Fuck you. You fucking goddamn degenerate fucks. And fucking Mueller and fucking Comey and fuck you. Every major analyst, see, I shouldn't even be on here right now. Every analyst agrees that this could trigger World War III unlike anything in our history. And the Russians were the good guys battling ISIS and Al-Qaeda. I'm not a Russophile. I've never been to Russia. But I've studied the geopolitics. They are the white knights. And our military 5 years ago joining the Russians to block Obama and the Arab Spring and do the right thing, did the right thing. And now Mattis and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and Trump have shit from end to end all over it. And don't think they don't know. I mean, my God, Fast and Furious was Obama shipping guns into Mexico to transship them in the Middle East. Benghazi was all about this. Trump was so on target, everything he did. And I will leave 10% judgment here to see what happens. My first approximation is, my pledge to you is, I'm going to shoot you straight on Facebook and Twitter, and I am sick to my stomach right now. And Mattis looks like a fucking Emperor Palpatine. When that cocksucker knows full fucking well that Al-Qaeda and ISIS staged all those fucking chemical attacks, and now they're blaming it on the goddamn motherfucking Rupp. I shouldn't be on there right now. When the fuck are we going live? I can't do this shit anymore. Fuck Trump and fuck these fucking people. At a certain point, man, I'm sick of all you fucking liberals and mainlanders. You're a bunch of cowardly fucks. You're not Americans. What's going on?
Hey, we're ready to go live.
Okay. Should we shut these feeds down and delete those? And I'm going to try to control myself. Dude, just shut those feeds down and restart them, okay? Okay. God damn it.
Wow. 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 Like, Alex went hard right there. There's still another one that I want to show you. I don't know why autoplay's on it. Shouldn't be. There's still another Alex Jones that I want to show you. Give me just a second. I think it was retweeted here. Is why I'm looking for it on a Twitter account. Give me just a second. There's a more recent one where he went off on a guy that used to come on his show. And he does his thing. I know the guy who retweeted it. Unless it got taken down, I should be able to find it in just a second. Hold on. He kind of decided to kind of go off script when calling someone else.
Pants at the fucking moment of truth and shit all over everybody. I'm not in a fucking cult for Donald Trump. Fuck him.
Oh, that's the same one. But there's another one here somewhere. I think. Maybe not. Maybe I missed it. Maybe that was the one I was thinking of. Let me see if I can find it right quick. If I can't find it... Oh, there it was. On Newsweek, I think. When is this from? Yeah, the 11th. I think this one's it. Ah, this isn't it. This is well, unless they're getting ready to show it.
Victim.
That isn't it. Do they not have a link to it? Or is it somewhere in this video? Hold on.
The families of Sandy Hook, and I don't want we on from our sources, and now it's out in the open. We're involved.
Sandy Hook shit. That's not what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it right quick. I know somebody retweeted it the other day and I saw it. If I could just find the damn thing.
In all of its lies,
here it is.
what I'm saying. You broke all that. We know that. I'm saying Q tells us stuff in all of its lies, is what I'm saying.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. Because you're full of shit. That's why. Because every goddamn.
So this is a guy that come on his show and kept promoting Q said this, Q said that, Q said this, Q said that. Later on, this guy came out before Alex said this and said the only reason we were dropping such juicy information that may or may not have been true was because that they knew Alex had the audience to push out other stuff that they knew was true. So basically, they come on Alex's show, threw out a lie, had Alex push that out to his fans, knowingly put out a lie, because some of the stuff that they suspect is true would also get spread. I hate this damn player. Hold on, I'm gonna have to refresh it because I paused it and tried to rewind.
We know that. I'm saying Q tells us stuff in all of its lies, is what I'm saying.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. Because you're full of shit. That's why. Because every goddamn thing out of you people's mouths doesn't come true. And it's always, oh, there's energy, and oh, now we're done with Trump. You said he was the Messiah. You said he was invincible. You said it was all over. They were all going to Gitmo. Now, oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. I will not suffer your Q people after this. I knew what you...
So this guy come on there and said that the new Q movement is that this is part of a bigger thing than Trump, the Q movement, that when they rectify this, Trump was just playing a part. It's actually above him and may even form a new world government.
You were day one, and I know what you are now, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all these witches and warlocks and pumpkin popsums and everything. Oh, God. Sorry. Bye-bye, Q. I can't talk to you anymore. Jesus, Lord help me. Oh. He broke all that. We know that. I'm saying Q tell...
I wouldn't say he's owned by Zionists. I would say that his target audience is right-wing Christian conservatives. He can't go against Israel at any point in time ever. Or he loses his audience. All right, back to this. I just wanted to see you, Alex Jones, flip out on a grifter as well. Me and Alex out here doing the Lord's work.
God bless to General Flynn, and speak to you soon. Okay, Doug?
Thank you, Simon. God bless.
Cheers.
Good night.
Okay, bye-bye.
General Flynn's coming on the Doug Billings fucking podcast. If you don't believe that General Flynn, I like General Flynn. I would like to say he's one of the good guys. I would like to say he stood up for the truth. He's always been there. He's always been passionate. He's always been about where he was supposed to be. He's always seemed to be kind of a truthful guy. But now it would seem like maybe General Flynn needs money. Maybe General Flynn needs publicity. Maybe General Flynn needs to sell a book. Maybe General Flynn just needs eyeballs like everybody else. Maybe that's why he's passing around a lot of these theories on his social media. Because he's coming on a fucking Doug Billings podcast with 136,000. because it fits the narrative to where he can push out to the major audience that still believes and trusts in the plan. Because he could go on a lot of podcasts. He could go on Tim Pool. He could go on Crowder. He could go all over the place. Why is he picking someone who is pushing the R theory? Why would he go on this type of podcast? Makes you think. Fuck your shit. All right, let's back up. Let's see what's going on here.
So it's job creation around investing.
So much for Flynn being vice president selling opium for a profit. How would Flynn be vice president? Let's see what else we got here, guys. What we got going on today? Those Alex Jones. Oh, what's this? Bank of America secretly. Have you guys heard this shit?
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. What a week, and it's only Thursday, but there's...
Yeah, no. I don't think that's happening.
Good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. What a week, and it's only Thursday, but there's been really only one story in Washington, D.C. and across the country. There has been an enormous amount of talk, not just this week, but...
Somebody just joined the cult. That's a sub from earlier today. Thank you very much, Karen Burke, for subscribing. I don't get subscriber alerts for 4 hours because of YouTube's new system.
The last month about violent extremism and the people who embrace it, the dangerous people. Those people are domestic terrorists, we're told. They must be put down by force. The war on terror has moved stateside. Extremists have breached our walls. They are inside our country. And in response, we must hunt them down. Doing that is existential. Our country depends on it. Our lives depend on it. Now, we're hearing those words nonstop on cable news, but not just on cable news. We're hearing the very same thing from elected officials.
I wish I was a comedian. That would be a fun job.
We're hearing it from the leaders of federal law enforcement agencies and of the intelligence agencies. We're hearing it from the Pentagon. Just this week, the new Secretary of Defense ordered the entire U.S. military to, quote, stand down while investigators cleanse the ranks of political extremists. And, of course, we're hearing it from the business establishment, from Wall Street and the tech monopolies, from the massive multinational corporations that increasingly control the contours of American life.
So basically the story is Bank of America decided that they were going to share private customers' data and transactions with the federal government without being asked, without being subpoenaed. Well, they might have been asked. Let me take that back. Without being subpoenaed or forced to. They possibly could have been asked. There's no one said they were, but they could have been behind the scenes or something. They're going to share their customers' data of anybody who banks with them or used one of their ATMs or transaction machines or whatever, that they're going to share all the data of anybody who went to the Capitol on the 6th, or was in the Capitol on the 6th, went before and come back later or whatever. If you were in the Capitol on the 6th and you bank with Bank of America, use one of their ATMs or any of their services or blah, 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 and you used it in D.C. around that time, there you go.
All of them are now on the hunt for political extremists. And at one level, that does not sound bad, because no sane person is for political extremism, especially violent extremism. We're against it. We're for moderation. We're for incremental change. We're for the consent of the governed. We said that every day for 4 years, and we meant it. We don't like extremists either. We attack them regularly. But it's not enough to be against something. You have to be more precise than that. What is it that you're against? In order to root out a problem, you have to know what it is. You need a sense of what you're looking for. You need a clear sight picture.
Yes. So the left kind of has, that looks cool. Let me see it. Look, Mariah made giant Yahtzee dice. They always come up snake eyes. Mariah's making crafts. They stuck on there good? It'll add another layer if you Mod Podge them to protect them from peeling. So the left has their own conspiracies. The weird thing is social media doesn't shut them down. So they were allowed to pass around Trump pissing, hired Russian hookers to piss on Obama's mattress, and Trump with hookers, and Trump with this, and everything from the Steele dossier. That was all rumors, and since then has been proven false, but they're still allowed to pass it around. The Charlottesville, good people on both sides was all he said. That's still being passed around, even though before he said that, he said, I'm not talking about Nazis or the KKK or the racists. But this was about a monument people, so they were good people on both sides. They're still passing that around as if he was talking about Nazis or KKK members. So they have their own. They just give them to you like they're mainstream. It would be like if you saw these drops every night on CNN, you wouldn't think, oh, that's a weird fringe theory that crazy people believe. You'd be like, oh, wow, this seems like it might have some validity to it. Let's pass it around everywhere. So, yes, they do have their conspiracy theories, but they're mainstream, and they keep passing them and passing them and passing them and passing them and passing them. Even when they've been proved false, they still present them as true, and they're allowed to do it everywhere.
You have to define the terms. And here's the remarkable thing about this public conversation we're having. No one is doing that. Have you noticed? None of these newly energized and highly empowered extremist hunters have told us exactly what an extremist is. So we're left to guess. We're left to look around nervously to see if we can spot one, hoping against hope the whole time they're not talking about us, are they? And if they are, what exactly are they doing? How are they hunting these extremists they keep telling us about but will not describe? We now know part of the answer to that question. This show has obtained...
I think everybody should have some homework to go research all of the people that were pardoned on Trump's last day as president.
Exclusively evidence that Bank of America, the second largest bank in the country with more than 60 million customers, is actively but secretly engaged in the hunt for extremists in cooperation with the government. Bank of America is, without the knowledge or the consent of its customers, sharing private information with federal law enforcement agencies. Bank of America effectively is acting as an intelligence agency, but they're not telling you about it. In the days after the January 6th riot at the Capitol,
Rachel Maddow is like the R shaman.
Customers' financial and transaction records, a lot of them. Now, these were the private records of Americans who had committed no crime. People who, as far as we know, had absolutely nothing to do with what happened at the Capitol on January 6th. But at the request of federal investigators, Bank of America searched its databases looking for people who fit a specific profile. Here's what that profile was, and we are quoting.
By the way, AOC is currently pitching a conspiracy theory where she's been talking about how she was at the Capitol and she heard door hinges breaking down and she was so scared and she saw a man, she didn't know who he was, and he looked like he might murder her, rape her because she's a special minority and he hates minorities. Then she realized he's a police officer evacuating her and taking her to safety, and that they tried to break into multiple buildings. You were gone an hour before they broke into any buildings.
Customers confirmed as transacting either through bank account, debit card, or credit card purchases in Washington, D.C. between January 5th and January 6th. Number 2, purchases made for hotels, Airbnb, RSVPs in Washington, Virginia, or Maryland after January 6th. Number 3, any purchase of weapons or at a weapons-related merchant between January 7th and their upcoming suspected stay in the D.C. area around Inauguration Day. And 4, airline-related purchases since January 6th. End quote. So what do you notice about that profile? Well, the first thing you notice is that it's remarkably broad. Any purchases of anything...
If you just said that conspiracy theories usually turn out to be true, you need to seek some type of help. The vast majority of conspiracy theories are way the fuck out there and are never fucking true. Occasionally, you'll get one That says it's true. Yes, you said usually. Usually would imply more often than not. That's why they call it usually. That would be a majority. More often than not is also a majority. Usually is a majority.
In the city of Washington, D.C., any overnight stay anywhere in the 3-state area that spans hundreds of miles, any purchase, not simply of legal firearms, but instead anything bought.
Okay. You named one. Thank you. What about fire being created from Zeus throwing lightning bolts at the ground? What about the Earth being flat? What about the ice wall? What about the Nazi space station, or the Nazi station at the center of the Earth? What about the manufacturing of dinosaur bones? You did one. You did one. Do you know how many fucking billion conspiracy theories there are? And you said usually?
From a, quote, weapons-related merchant, T-shirts included. And then any airline-related purchases. Not just flights to Washington, flights to anywhere, to Omaha, to Thailand. That is a very, very wide net, an absurdly wide net. Bank of America identified a total of 211 customers who met these, quote, thresholds of interest. And it was at that point, the show has learned, Bank of America turned over the results of its internal scan to federal authorities, apparently without notifying the customers who were being spied upon. Federal investigators then interviewed at least one of these unsuspecting people. And that person, we've learned, hadn't done anything wrong, and in the end was cleared. Imagine if you were that person. The FBI hauls you in for questioning in a terror investigation, not because you've done anything suspicious. You haven't. You bought plane tickets and visited your country's capital. You thought you could do that. You thought it was your country. Now they're sweating you because your bank, which you trust with your most private information of everything you buy, has ratted you out.
Conspiracy theories are rarely true.
Telling you without your
But when
knowledge.
they are, it's a great time.
Because Bank of America did that, you are being treated like a member of Al-Qaeda. What country is this? It doesn't matter how much you despise Donald Trump or how much you believe that hatred of Trump justifies suspending this country's ancient civil liberties. Going through that experience would scare the hell out of you. Absolutely. A terror suspect, you would think? Does anyone else know about this? Is there a record of this interview? Will I lose my job because of it? That actually happened to someone. It's hard to believe it, but it did. We asked Bank of America about this. They confirmed it actually happened by not denying it. Here's their statement in full, which manages to make the whole thing even creepier, assuming that's possible. Quote, "We don't comment on our communications with law enforcement." Well, apparently not. All banks, it continues, have responsibilities under federal law to cooperate with law enforcement inquiries in full compliance with the law, end quote. Now, the last part, from a lawyer's perspective, is the essence. In full compliance.
If you've never read, here's a cool conspiracy theory you should check into. There was a guy that was picked up for violation of probation. He had known ties to white supremacist groups. That's true. That's the first time he went to jail was because of crime he committed in honor of a white supremacist group. He was picked up near the Mexico border, just outside of California, so I guess New Mexico, Arizona, I guess. I don't know. I'd have to look at a map. I can't picture it for some reason. Oh, what state's there? Arizona. Yeah. Okay. He was picked up in Arizona. I always get these two confused. He was picked up in Arizona near the Mexico border. He wasn't trying to cross the border. He was actually about 60 miles north of the border, and he was going to visit his family in California. He was picked up. He was arrested. His brother, who's a California lawyer, knew that he was on the run, knew that he had violated probation. He was coming there to meet with him about turning himself in and maybe getting a plea deal, blah, 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 something like that. He was taken from, he violated in the state of Nevada. He was arrested in Arizona. He was taken from Arizona to Oklahoma. Okay? While in Oklahoma, even though he was interrogated here, then shipped there and interrogated at a federal building in Oklahoma. And then he was placed in an Oklahoma federal prison. while he was in the Oklahoma federal prison, he died. They said he hung himself. Okay? When the family gets the body, he is beaten and battered. There was no autopsy performed. It was just a suicide. He was beaten and battered so badly, like a bunch of bones in his face were broken. A couple of his lungs were fucking broken. I mean, they beat the shit out of him. Somebody beat him to death, basically. No signs of strangulation that were super obvious, but somebody beat him to death. When the brother, who's a lawyer, starts asking around and asking for an investigation, when he visits this prison and walks around, the prisoners tell him that federal agents came into his cell to interrogate him, that they moved the closest cells that were in his cell block. They moved those people out into a different holding area, and they investigated him in his cell, and that they had overheard that he was suspected as being involved in the Oklahoma City bombing. This was a year and a half after the Oklahoma City bombing happened, and a year after, a year and a couple months after, Janet Reno came out and said there was only one bomber. Everything else has been proven false. It was just hearsay. It was rumors. There's only one bomber. We got our man. We're not looking for anybody else. Federal agents came and interrogated him and roughed him up and beat him to the point to where he died, accusing him, supposedly, of being the second person in the Oklahoma City bombing. It's a really, really, really interesting conspiracy theory because I don't know if you guys remember, but if you were alive in the Oklahoma City bombing, there was a bunch of rumors going around that there was another bombing and someone else rented the truck and somebody helped him. He had a getaway driver and blah, 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 all that shit. And they never caught the guy. Then Janet Reno comes out and says, no, there was just one person. That's all rumor. We've checked all that. One guy was like with the military. He just rented a rental truck. And he had, a guy that works for that's under his command come help him move. He was there with him. It was just Timothy McVeigh, blah, 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 blah. But why would they pick up a guy a year and a half later on suspected of helping with the Oklahoma City bombing and beat him to death in his fucking cell if there wasn't at least the good chance that there was a second bomber at Oklahoma City? After they had announced that's it, Timothy McVeigh did it, it was him, it's a solo, we know it, everything's gone, we got our guy, blah, blah, blah. That's weird.
With the law. It's the law. We had no choice. But that's not true. Bank of America did have a choice. The bank could have resisted turning over information on its innocent customers to federal investigators, but Bank of America did not do that. Nor is it clear, if we're going to be precise about it, that what Bank of America did is even legal. It turns out it's not simple. It's a gray area. We spoke to a number of lawyers about this today. Some of them told us that what Bank of America did might in fact not be legal and could in fact be challenged in court. One knowledgeable attorney pointed us to 12 U.S.C. 3403. That's a federal law that allows banks to tip off the feds to any information that, quote, may be relevant to a possible violation of any statute or regulation. Now, the DOJ instructs federal agents to remind banks of that law, and of course they do with maximum aggression. But the question is, legally, what constitutes information that may be
Well, no, I'm talking about like the actual day of the bombing. You're right. There was McVeigh, Terry Lynn Nichols, and somebody else. But anyways, they were charged with what was it? Conspiring to use weapons of mass destruction, helping him. But actually, the day of the bombing, supposedly there was another person that they saw in the truck that was actually there with him. That was none of those guys, right? Because they picked them up in different states and all that shit. 40A, isn't that right? Michael J. 40A or some shit like that. He was charged with crimes of having knowledge. Who was was there another person? I can't remember. But apparently there was another bomber and possibly another explosion. No one can really validate the second explosion part. But there was an actual another bomber that got away. And there was a massive manhunt going on that day. And even when they got McVeigh, they were still having you just had to look into the conspiracy theory.
Relevant to a possible crime. Buying a muffin in Washington, D.C. on January 5th.
I did a show on it once, but I didn't do it justice. I didn't go nearly as deep as some of these other shows do.
Bank of America, yes. Yes, it does. This is the moment when, for the sake of our country and our grandchildren who will live here, we need to pause and breathe deeply, searching for wisdom, avoiding hysteria, and ask, what are the rules? What, for God's sakes, is a political extremist? A lot hangs on that question, maybe everything. Please tell us. But they won't tell us. Pointedly, they won't tell us. Today at the White House, for example, the new National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, told reporters that, quote, domestic extremism is the urgent crisis of our time. Rooting out domestic political extremism is more important than anything else, more important than getting a job, running your business, tending to your family. But Sullivan did not, again, tellingly, explain what it is.
So Build Back Better isn't just about economics, it's about national security as well. And then it's about the set of issues that working families in this country are facing every day that are challenging their lives and livelihoods. The pandemic, climate change, the threat of domestic violent extremism.
The word conspire and conspiracy and the word theory have been used since, the 1300s. I don't think the government came up with it. They may have given it a negative connotation, or people might have given it a negative connotation, but to say that they came up with the word is a stretch, or a conspiracy, if you will.
Domestic violent extremism, there it is, the worst thing. But no sense of what that means. We're starting to believe they're not defining it for a reason. What's the other explanation? Yesterday, an op-ed in the New York Times asked this question. Are private messaging apps the next messaging apps? Signal, a bunch of others. They're encrypted. No one can read it. The New York Times doesn't like this. Why? Because if they can't see what you're saying, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to say it. As the newspaper put it, quote, the shift to private messaging has renewed a debate over whether encryption is a double-edged sword.
The New York Times is trying to come out and get a reality czar, a truth minister, and to ban encrypted messaging. A mainstream newspaper is calling for the ban of encryption messaging, a reality czar, and a truth ministry for the reality czar to be in charge of, the head of.
While the technology prevents people from being spied upon, it might also make it easier for criminals and misinformation spreaders to do harm without getting caught. Notice, criminals and misinformation spreaders are in the same sentence. They're pretty much the same thing. What's a misinformation spreader? Well, it's someone who doesn't agree with the New York Times, obviously a violent extremist, and they're dangerous. If you think we're joking, we're not.
Talk about the regulation of information. If you don't have the same narrative as a mainstream newspaper, you're a misinformation spreader. You can't believe anything different. You got to be right what they're on. Whatever they're on, that's what you got to be on. That's what you got to be on.
Pulling this thread.
We finally hit 49 likes. Thank you, guys.
Democratic Party, we need to start screening the social media accounts of people who work for the government just to make sure.
So it's time for us to open our eyes and recognize what's going on. The fact that we do not look at social media of potential recruits into the military flabbergasts me.
Jesus Christ.
Hello, everyone. So today we've got Jason Q back on. Just before we begin, guys, subscribe to my BitChute channel and also to my new Telegram channel. The links are below in the description. I'm listening.
I'll be right back.
Now, Jason, yesterday we've had Bezos resign or step down from Amazon, who's the CEO, who's a billionaire, by the way. And when I contacted Tara, who you know also very well, who I did a video with about executive orders talking about seizing of assets, we ascertained that it's a very high possibility that Bezos had his assets removed from him. What do you think about that?
Well, when he had that executive order about on the 11th,
right,
So when it was effective on the 11th, on the 12th, on that morning at 9:30 in the morning, whoever had ties with China, communist China, they were getting everything seized. I firmly believe that Amazon was firmly in bed with the communist China. That's why, they pretty much just took him to task and said, hey, you know what, you're done.
Right.
But the good thing is that all that money, because remember, President Trump with all this money, it's all going for the people.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this money that.
So if they couldn't get you on your heartstrings, they couldn't get you on your love of Trump, they couldn't get you scared to death that your children's going to be snatched up and drank from, now they're going to get you on, hey, you want some of that Bezos money? As soon as we confiscate it for foreign interference, we're going to pass it out to all you beautiful anons. You just wait. Okay.
That they're taking from all these corporations and everything, it's going back to the people. So that's the best part. People think that,
Jesus Christ.
What's he going to do with his money? Is he going to increase his? No, he's like, no, all this money's going back to the people. All the people that need it. People in the UK that need it. Because rest assured, I know that here.
Oh, worldwide. Simon, you want to check from Bezos? Say a number. Nothing's impossible.
There's lots of homeless people. I'm sure in the UK there's homeless. There's people that go to bed hungry and everything. You know what? We need to stop this. In Africa and in all these other countries, in Australia, they're all our brothers and sisters. We're all part of the human race. There is no racism. There never was any racism. If we're all the same, if we're all the human race, how can we have racism?
Exactly. We are all one. We're just being programmed over the years and, to believe that. So there's going to be lots of assets being seized in the month of February, according to the executive order 18.
Here we go.
I think let's just have a look. 13848, which is imposing certain sanctions in the event of foreign interference. Now, we know that there is lots of foreign interference. They're operating outside of the United States of America. And also, the CCP owns everything, almost everything, in the United States, including Hollywood. Can you tell us what kind of companies we should be expected to see being seized or CEOs stepping down in the month of February, Jason?
There's pretty much the top ones. The rest of the top ones, because we have a list of all the.
Can you tell us exactly which CEOs will be stepping down this month? Because you're on the inside CEO step down. Could you just tell us which ones they were? Yeah, pretty much the top ones. The ones that are at the top. The top ones. Power tops. CJ Hyatt.
13,000 plus printed out. We printed everything out. We have everything on paper. So when I go to contact this gentleman that contacted us about having all of this put on digital library for everybody in the world to have, that's how we're going to do it. Everybody will have a copy of everything here.
So when you say 13 plus,
everybody will have a copy of my 137 totes. I will also try to clone you a copy of the 14 cats that run around in the background. I am trying to copy a copy of their shitty litter box, but I don't know if they'll allow me to send that through UPS. Just remember, the top turds are going down. The top cat turds settle at the bottom. That's a sign. It's part of the plan.
What can you name me some of the 13?
Sure can. Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Oh God, it's a tiny toe.
We do this naturally, Jason.
He keeps the biggest fish in the smallest tote. That's to throw off anybody that may be spying on him.
Yeah, I was just saying to the listeners, it's always good to do this naturally. None of my questions are usually planned.
Yeah.
Just wherever we go, whatever itches me and whatever's happening today, so wow. So what's that you're showing me?
Resignations.
Resignations. Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're talking.
So is this something that you printed yourself, or is this something that was given to you?
No, printed myself. Everything here is printed myself.
Right. Well, I mean, that's a lot of paper.
We're topping 225,000 pages right now.
Right.
Of just notes. I mean, all over here.
Man, when you figure out that this is all the greatest lie that you and your friends have ever told, and people are gunning for you in a very spiritual way. Of course, I don't condone violence. And you think back about those 225,000 fucking copies you made of your own fucking bullshit and the bullshit of your friends. Just remember, that'd be great to start a small apartment fire that you live in if you were playing a video game. All in a video game. Jason Q.
They said,
Jesus Christ.
archive offline.
The fuck?
We archived offline. You know, I've got from August 7, 2020, all the way back to the October 8, 2017. So
Right.
just before the Q drops, nothing. Just before the Q drops, and even still during the Q drops.
Yeah.
We have,
So,
so
what information do you have, Jason, in respect to CEOs stepping down at a time like this now where, assets are being frozen? Like, for an example, we have the Amazon CEO, Bezos.
I mean, we have, there's up to August 7, 2020, okay, there's 13,217 resignations, right? 12,727 people, 9,417 organizations, 100.
But how many resignations would there be in an organization that big on any given year or any given 3-year period? Right. So I'm sure it comes and flows. So typically, I'm not trying to say that this is part of the plan, but typically you will have CEOs that resign either in really bad times because their board of directors are breathing down their throats, or in really, 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 really good stock market times. Remember all the records we've been setting with the stock market? Remember all the times that the stock market broke records, and Trump would say, the highest the stock market's ever been. This is a record. Have you seen how high the stock market is? Have you seen how high the stock market is? Have you seen how high the stock market is? CEOs get paid in a salary as well as shares. Typically, there's a restriction on how many shares they can trade while they're still part of the company, right? They don't want them bankrupting a company or making a hostile takeover of the company possible by selling all their shares. They have to hold so many shares. They have to hold so many shares if they're paid in shares or if they got a chunk of shares when they started there. Now, if you bought your own share, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. But if the company allots you these shares, you have to hold a percentage. When you fucking quit and the stock market's at an all-time goddamn high, that would be the time to dump all your shares and get an extra $6.2 billion.
169 countries.
Wow, that's amazing.
If people are saying that nothing is being done, yeah.
That's incredible.
It is.
Can we read do you have that information?
That's 6 more than the 3 years before that. And people are saying nothing's being done. 6 extra people
At hand where we can read some of the companies that have, CEOs.
in space. This is nothing.
We have everything.
If I told you that there was 164 quadrillion ounces of sand removed from our beaches this year, 164 quadrillion ounces of sand were removed from our beach this year, and that's directly related to global warming and erosion. 164 quadrillion. And then I told you that 25 years ago, before global warming was that big a deal, that 464 quadrillion were removed every year for a decade, and it's only went down since then. That kind of changes your perspective, no? What the fuck? In space, these numbers have nothing to do with anything. Well, there's been 13,684 resignations from 9,862 corporations and 316 districts of 109 countries, and that is down 3% from 2000. So, sorry about that. I thought it was exciting. I don't. In relevance, it's not that exciting, is it?
Sure. It's announced. Name a position, organization, and reason. Everything.
Let's just pick a few. And you know what? Let's go to the most recent dates. Is that okay?
Okay. How about this? you have, and this one will actually be a big one. August 6, 2020. His name is Ben May. He's a chief investment officer of the California Public Employees Retirement System. And he was resigned. You have Mitsubishi Motors Company, Liberal Party of Nova Scotia. I mean, they're getting everyone. U.S. State Department, Ford Motor Company, the health commissioner from New York City, Phil Schiller from Apple, MSNBC, CBS. How about this one? Peter Moore, CEO from Football Club Liverpool.
Is that in the UK?
Yes.
You believe this? That someone that was attached to a sporting event industry. What if I told you that the head coach of a football team stepped down after a losing season? What if I told you that he stepped down to spend more time with his family? What if I told you that he stepped down because he has medical issues? Why the fuck would the head coach of the football club in Liverpool resigning have a goddamn thing to do with anything? What the fuck is this? People, don't get hung up on the fucking numbers in space. And who the fuck cares that a football director of the football club in Liverpool, I'm telling you, they're getting everybody. Look at this. The head of the football club in Liverpool just stepped down. Okay? Stop calling it football.
Yes, it is.
And can you give us the reason why he resigned?
It says resigned. It says to be replaced by Billy Hogan.
Resigned and replaced? I just thought that would be a vacancy, and they would just take a big goddamn stamp and go stamp his desk where it says, fuck you, signed Donald Trump.
August 31st, 2020. And if these people are getting taken, it's because they've all been blackmailed.
It's because they've all been secretly blackmailed. I can't prove any of that, but just think about it. 13,000 people have resigned from thousands of major companies within the last 4 years. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Me and Mariah just had a pizza delivered to our house, and it was a different delivery driver. And I said, what happened to the old delivery driver? And he said, he resigned on Tuesday. And I said, my God, Trump has gotten to Domino's. I couldn't believe it. Domino's, the pizza fucking company? If anything good in this world, it should be pizza and the game of dominoes. But no, those are not even sacred. Talk about a piece of shit out there on Epstein Island living it up with pepperonis everywhere. That son of a bitch. That son of a bitch. Out here delivering my pizza and probably fucking my kids. I knew it the moment I saw him. Trump got him. Trump got him.
Pretty much worst of the worst.
Right.
Because people don't reach the top without playing the game. And we know what kind of game that is.
Yeah. Jason, there's so many lovely, good-looking ladies listening right now and watching, and they want to see your eyes.
Jesus Christ, so stupid.
It'll be nice if you lifted up your hat a little bit, so I can see you.
This guy's fucking delirious.
I was just changing it up a little bit because I always have it back.
Papa John resigned.
Backwards, so
no, it looks good. It looks good.
Got him.
I can't see
Trump
you too well.
got him. Trump knew that he would say the N-word, so he hired a marketing firm to secretly tape a conversation of a training that they were having that they weren't even supposed to be part of, but somehow got privy to, and they decided to record it because they knew Papa John would say, hey, guys, even if you say, like, the N-word, I never say the N-word, but he didn't say N-word. He actually said the word. He knew that they would record that. Then they put that right back to Trump, and Trump was upset because Papa John's was sponsoring the NFL, and at the NFL they were taking knees during the national anthem. So Trump thought, I'll fix that pizza slinging son of a bitch I keep seeing on the halftime commercials. Watch this shit right here. They got him. They got John Schnabel, Papa John. It don't get no bigger in the pizza industry.
Oh, okay. Is the lighting okay or?
Perfect, mate. Honestly,
okay.
It's all
Awesome,
good.
awesome.
You're about to get fucking banned, Jackie. You're so
It's great.
goddamn
So,
dense. Take things with a grain of salt. You never know. Nobody knows. Holy shit. I've listened to you fucking meander through the English language for fucking an hours. Well, usually a conspiracy theory is true. I think the government invented the word conspiracy theory. Well, they've been used since the 1300s. Yeah, that government. The 1300s government. Taking things with a grain of salt. Someone retired. Please, please go. Please. Holy shit.
I mean, there are, there are a lot. Even right here, John G. Edwards, CIA, USA. I mean, they have Paris, Russia, Singapore, Brazil. A lot of healthcare.
Right.
A lot of healthcare. And that should tell the British Horse Society. Lynn Peterson, CEO of the British Horse Society.
You know, how about stuff like McDonald's and fast foods? Do you have anything like that? Because I was doing research, Jason, and I've become very wary about eating certain types of meat.
Okay.
And the certain types of meat that I'm wary of eating is stuff like mincemeat, sausages, hot dogs, anything that's mixed, okay? Because I'm worried that there's going to be human meat in it.
There already is.
In everything. Yeah.
You didn't even know it, and they made you a baby-eating cannibal. Wondering why you're living longer? Wondering why your girls in fucking elementary school have giant tits? Baby meat hot dogs. Baby meat hot dogs. We weren't even going to share this today. Then he brought up hot dogs. I brought up baby meat. How do you think they get rid of the babies? Baby meat hot dogs.
And the thing is, that came out a long time ago. And oh man,
I've worked in the meat industry for decades as well, mostly slinging it on camera. But what do? Every once in a while, I'll pack it, but that's about it.
It was a Zionist, of course. And what they were trying to do was they were actually
baby meat dogs.
McDonald's, stay away from.
Mm-mm.
Stay away from. They've been doing that for years. They found human DNA in their meat, everything. So I don't get too much into the all that with the kids and everything, and and people, because the kids
there could be people that believe this, that are watching these shows, that have missing children, and you've led them to believe that they could have possibly been picked up by the Democratic Party. Now, not only are they worried that Nancy Pelosi sucked out their adrenaline juice, but they also have to be worried that every time they make a fucking bologna sandwich, that they're eating their child? Are you shitting me? How uncomfortable. How far are you going to go, my man? Oh, yeah, it's been proven that McDonald's is basically a baby on a fucking bun. You don't even want to know where they get the French fries from, my man.
They take care of it in a different way than adults.
I hate these fucking people. I hate these
different ways.
people.
But what we always have to understand is that
oh yeah, heavy.
We are just we're a soul, a spirit, an ether, in a meat suit, in an experience. All this is a hologram. All we have to do is remember, just hey, it's all up in your head. Once that goes off, once they start unleashing the reins on it, it'll be a lot better, because we've all been different people before. We've never died.
There's no need to be here. There's no reason to exist. This is all a hologram. We're just wearing a meat suit. But also, they're stealing your babies, and we got to stop them because they're drinking their blood, and we have to make President Donald Trump president again, or we're going to lose our whole country, and we'll probably all die. And then be reset in another meat suit, and we'll get another chance. We've all been here before, and it's no big deal. Both of those simultaneously. What the fuck is wrong with... That's probably the worst way to get people to do the right thing. I'm just going to go start drinking babies. Why not? I'll be in the next meat suit and I'll do better then. What the fuck is he trying? Take an Egg McMuffin, extra baby stuffing.
So you're saying... sorry, no, please carry on.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so when we go to a superstore, and anyone, I mean, over in the UK, we've got Asda, we've got Tesco's, we've got Sainsbury's. I don't know if you in the US have heard of these, supermarkets. Have you?
No.
All right. So let's say...
But the fast food restaurants, I don't know about the companies. The companies could be safe. The fast food restaurants, especially McDonald's, stay away from them.
It's strange because why does Donald Trump go to McDonald's then? If he should know this.
He doesn't.
But
He doesn't. He doesn't eat McDonald's, even though he claims it's his favorite restaurant, and we've literally seen him eating Big Macs. Not just the Big Macs that can be specially prepared for him at the White House by a private chef, but we've literally seen videos of him at a goddamn McDonald's drive-thru. It was a hologram. It was a hologram. It was a holo-fucking-gram. You think he eats baby McBurgers? Hell no. Hell no. Only grade A alien cattle for Donald Trump. He's no chump.
I heard that he goes there because he knows they won't poison him, so they would never expect him to eat McDonald's, and he gets it for his staff as well, no?
That's what he shows. Remember, everything he does for a reason.
Right. Okay.
He knows. He knows what
He's
McDonald's
showing you how much he loves McDonald's and how much he eats McDonald's. He's doing that for a reason. He needs you to eat all the dead babies. Because if you don't eat out of the dead babies, they'll just be piling up in the street. He does it all for a reason, man. Jesus. Do you know anything?
Just like Diet Coke. People think, he drinks Diet Coke and everything like that. Do you think he's actually going to put aspartame in his body? No.
I want to get onto Pepsi in a minute. But before we go to Pepsi, I want to...
Because he's the picture of health. He would never use aspartame. Asperlame is more like it.
I want to talk a little bit more about...
This guy's fucking crazy,
now,
dude.
When we go to Walmart and we want to have a barbecue, so we go to Walmart, or over here we go to Asda or Tesco's or Sainsbury's, and we go and buy steak, we go and buy chicken, we go and buy burgers and, sausages. Now, does it have human meat in them? Are they mixed with human meat? Now, I know chicken maybe most likely not because you can't do that, but stuff like with sausages.
Sausage and anything ground, yes, be wary of. Steaks.
I'm done. Bye. I'm done. That's it for the show tonight. There's just there's human baby meat and everything. I'm done. I'm closing the whole computer. I'm shutting it down. Thank you for the donation. Joe Biden tipped $2. I appreciate it. We'll see you on the next one. I'm done. No, I'm done. See you guys. Have a good night. We'll be back tomorrow.
Beat the odds, beat the big house. The brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves. We won't let the world burn away. Burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake it to the back of the pack. Kill it anyway. To play. Hate is face. The
Smith, shut the fuck up or don't ever come back. He just said that all ground beef is made of human meat. I don't care what he was going to say about steaks. I'm out. We'll see you on the next one.